Oh, we're audio. We're the pictures here. Cool. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Super Robot Wars archives. My name is Austin, and I appreciate everyone being here today. I will get started in just a minute. But there was something I wanted to look at in here. Oh yeah, I wanted to familiarize myself with what we were doing once we finish with Hayate. I hope everyone is having a good day today. I, for one, am going to try and be a little more positive. After I ended last stream, I came off feeling like, oh man, I was such a grouch. So if I seemed grouchy, sorry about that. I don't know what's wrong with me. But we have, I got plenty of positive things to talk about today, at least. Which is to say, I also just feel like I didn't. And I also was reflecting on what we talked about yesterday, and I was like, there's like 5 different conversations that I just only got halfway through. So we can jump into those over the course of today. I guess this is the start of everyone's week, so I hope everyone's gearing up to you know, something meaningful. Like I've said before, I typically regard I typically regard Monday as my Friday. So I am bushed and I am ready for a 2-day break. Not that I'm gonna get much of one. I've got a lot to do, and Wednesday my schedule's changed a little bit. Not like bad, just it still takes a lot of time. Are we ever gonna get Nanai? It feels weird that we're not gonna get if we don't get Nanai. We've like seen her in a battleship the whole time. I'm curious how they would differentiate her. Not that I'm expecting they would do very like. We've seen a lot of very similar elements to characters so far, but at least as far as the battleships are concerned, the battleships are really well differentiated. Oh, that's a lot of force deploys. I know I saw some of them. I just didn't like clock what all of them were. Who are we not getting to take? We're down to 1 character. Okay. Who do we not need? Probably not Shion. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of we're kind of surrounded. Okay, but this is good news. This is a lot of junk we can trash really early. Okay. I think we're gonna use this triangle for the formation. So Hayate, get over here. I also want to put Kira with it, because if we need to, we can have Kira come up and attack this direction. Then Domo needs to be here, right? Hayate can go there because that's like the least impactful. We're gonna put Domo farther forward because Kira has snipe and charge, so that we're looking at what? It's normally 8 plus 2, so 10 plus his move. I think is like 5 or 6, maybe 7. Whereas Domon has only 4 range with his. Yeah, so I think Kira has a little bit extra movement. And the Grid Knight needs to be. I guess let's put the Grid Knight here and then Hayate down, because this is at least giving him a little bit, like, the possibility of getting up here. With we can do it with the charge then too. I think in reflecting on my complaining, something I can at least try and do is be better about, you know, if I'm so sad that there's not like more pressure and more content, but I'm also going like, well, I guess this could have been a turn 1. Like we could probably figure out how to do that a little bit better, a little bit more clean bite. Oh man, I still love her hair. Just excellent. Okay. Yeah, so it's still the same stuff. As if I don't say that in every scenario, but we have, yeah, all enemies defeated, any battleship, and then 3 of our first deployeds, Hiro, Kallen, and Suzaku. But Oh, I guess the other two aren't in here yet. Like, Wufei's not in here. Weren't there 5? I think there were 5 force deployments. There were in the first row, 2 on the second row. At the very least, Wufei's not here yet, so he'll probably help end up showing up later. Okay, how tough are you? These have 18,000 HP. Good gracious. Okay, we're gonna be sub-ending some to get through these. These, like, the Zamzazas having like almost 20k is fine. I was expecting that. They are the more tanky versions, right? The Euclids are the generics. The Zamzazas are the more upgrades. Also, it's like absolutely baffling to me that we have Gundam Seed Destiny in here. Seed being the show that I think has the largest proliferance of units, because if you could customize something, if you could customize it once, it was customized 5 times. If there was for a water unit that goes specifically at nuclear bases at in an Australian climate using their equivalent of a Zaku's base, there were like 5 of them. There were so many different units in that series. It's perfect for Super Robot Wars. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, we don't have the Gekusui, so we don't have some of our buffs. This might be a little bit rough. Right, making sure I'm not missing it. I didn't like misplace it. This is the Kogetsu. I guess the Gekusui was the other. I guess the Gekusui was the 5th one. Okay. Okay, let's see how our combat looks. Oh, that's very nearly lethal. That's perfect. Okay. What else can we do to increase your damage now to start? I guess we don't need to do anything immediately. I don't mind spending an analyze quick, like early on. Right, that'll work. Right, we need to do Echica first. If I had another assist that also boosted damage, I would be just thrilled. I don't know what else it would do. Maybe just like a second style of thing of Shikishima that you can get each of them once. I also feel like they have not. I feel like there's an element that's like kind of unexplored here, which is to say, why is it that whenever we get an adjustment to terrain, now we adjust like. We ever get a good adjustment to terrain, we adjust all of them. There's like either we get a bad adjustment to terrain and it doesn't matter, or we adjust all of them. Like, give me an assist that says select a terrain type. You have S for that terrain type for the turn. Right? Like, I've not like thought about how balanced that would be. It would probably be fine. But at least it's like A, interesting and unique, but like B, specific. And I think that's a little bit more of what assist needs to not be this like insanely busted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Like give me something that's really powerful, but give it to me conditionally. We're so okay. We're not that close. Never mind. I was thinking about the Euclid damage, not what the actual like defenses for the V Luminous are. I don't think we're gonna hit. I don't think we're gonna hit 15,000 given our present circumstances. We could go to 13,500, and we are still 10 morale short. So, yeah, we might get to like 14,000 with a scan. This is gonna be. What I'm saying is it's gonna be expensive. I'm also gonna try and go a little bit slower today because there's no reason for me to go so fast and thereby mess up this whole like opening sequence. But this is also the reason why we got second attacks, right? Oh, well, speaking of that, we're That's not gonna happen. That's not how I want to do that, but wait, hold on. Surely there's a load from the first turn. That's incredible timing. If I was better at doing my job, I would have leaned into the comedic timing of the fact that I said, "Oh, everything's going to go better," and then immediately beefed it. Okay. I guess knowing that. I was gonna say, I guess knowing that maybe we put the Shikishima on, that's also a waste of assist. Like, that's 3 extra assists we don't need to spend that very well might amount to nothing. And we sort of need those for turns, you know? So maybe we should, let's not do that. Okay. Press. We have a press on. Okay. Great. Interesting that it saved my, I don't think I noticed this before, that it saved my, like, attack settings, right? Because as soon as I turned this on, it was on demo on, but now that I've reloaded it, it's demo off. Does it always start, like, every time you load the game as demo on? No, we need to press still. Right, see, to start with trying to be a little bit more positive today, I've said my piece about a lot of the things that I think this game has done wrong, and I will probably continue to say them. But that doesn't mean I also can't talk about, like, the things I think this game is doing right, because like I said, I am still enjoying this game a lot. I'm not actively grumpy to have to play it. I am getting a wee tired of. I'm getting a wee bit tired of the exact same stuff all the time. But you know, I'm still having fun. Oh, that's fine. That was a little wasted. That's admittedly also because I fired that and didn't mean to. I guess while we're here also, I kind of think I'm probably going to be doing stuff like this a little bit more because I don't care about the sanctity of my playthrough so much, you know? I am more interested in, like... I started with this channel wanting to, like, have a way to demonstrate the things that I thought were important about this game, and, like, to try and show what pressing it to its, like, ultimate limit looked like, and then I just sort of forgot what the stated purpose was, and not that it couldn't change, but I did sort of just turn a little bit more into, like, we're just playing the game kind of straight, and I don't know. I don't know if I want it to always be like that, you know? So I would rather get this right, even if it takes a couple of reloads. It's the same way I feel about board games, where, like, as long as you are not, like, doing it to be scummy, and, like, I'm not doing this to, like, re-roll, like, bad RNG that I didn't plan around. But, like, I think taking back turns is perfectly acceptable, because I'm more interested in, like, the intentionality of play, right? Where, like, had I just, like, not, like, what's putting your foot in your mouth, but, like, doing that with buttons, right? This is not, like, fat fingering, right? Because I didn't just, like, misclick it. I was just like, oh, I was, like, stumbling too much with my actions. I was trying to make the sound effect of the, like, cartoon juggling boxes going down the stairs kind of deal, you know? We can fire both of these now. Right, so we all knew what I was trying to do. And if and if like the interfacing was not the way that it was, then it would have happened the correct way. So like that kind of thing to me is when it's like, yeah, just I don't think we're not being cheap. Walking that back. Okay. I guess the one detriment to this is we might start taking some more damage if we need to rely on 1, 2, 3, 4. If we need to rely on the second attacks to like actually land kills, which is also, I think, the first thing we're going to be dealing with when we get to intermission next. I've spent a lot of time looking at abilities and like trying to min-max those abilities, but 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there is plenty of room in the budget to just buy some more stats on our guy here. Just get him some more flat range damage. Right? Because we certainly haven't maxed his ranged stat upgrades. And we could, and that would dramatically improve what's going on here. That's all set. That said, though, I don't mind going to second combat a couple of times. Because right, like we've taken a lot of damage now. That means we're going to be able to heal off of some of these support units, and we can like get this correct. 2, 3, 4. We can go here. Right, like that. This is potentially a lot of healing if we have moved in a way that is not stupid. Are we really out of? Oh, we never did the Etch-a-Gut thing this time. I was like, I feel like we normally have more of these here, but we normally do. And I think we saw that we got to fire 2 of these immediately. She is now 1 SP over, or we can just do 2 Maris on her immediately. Yeah. Okay. That feels better now. Yeah, so we still have another 150 SP in the tank. Not having used any of our assist cheers yet, but I just like thinking about what we have to start. Okay. I think we're good to do all of these now. I would really love to get someone else that has Unity on the team. That would be incredible. Yes. We are pressed. This is good. Cool. So, yeah, here's one of the things that I wanted to do, which was try to leave some of these middle enemies so that we have a way to jump the rest of our team with a, like, directly using the, like using Cookie to jump our enemies, or jump our characters up to some of these, like, later sections. Right? Presumably we're going to get a boss on this area. So having some of these more forward characters that we can use to like jump them that way is, I think, helpful. Okay. Hero has moved forward. Has the Zero system improved at all? I don't think so. But I'm not familiar enough with the Wing Zero to be able to say. But I don't see any reason why he needs to be forward. I guess we'll leave him there for now. There's no reason to like actually actively move him. Can we? We are just movement shy. Oh wait, no, that's fine. We can use Lacus to fix that and get some healers out here for high attack. Okay, let's take a look at Char in the Sazabi. The model for this is not looking too bad. It's still CG, which is still like not my favorite. I think one of the reasons I really like Gundam so much is that so much of it is hand-drawn. We've moved to CG a little bit more. But, or like, the approximate of hand-drawn. Like, computer still, but... I don't think there's anything wrong with CG if you apply it correctly. I just still like the hand-drawn style. So seeing that out of Gundam for a while is delightful to me. But this is like a pretty good CG model for this subbing. We still have shield equipment. All these stats look pretty normal. The fact that it can't go in the air is a choice. Need to have level 5. Instinct, yeah. Enemies. Yeah, no, we know that already. Spear endurance negates. Okay, well. I was not clocking how much extra damage new type was adding to new type based weapons. Right, so these two are getting extra damage. Because that's not nothing, right? Like, I've actively spent assist points on Shikishima to do that. And he gets to do it for free. Funnels having counter is relevant. It's just, I think he's come far, far too late to warrant putting, like, he's not doing anything that stand out here. Oh, sorry, never mind. I take that back. I saw a word that's rather good. But basically everything else, I don't think he's doing standing out. But then I just saw that he has press, so forget everything I was saying. The trouble is that you are going to be bleeding 5 SP every action because this is 30 instead of 25, right? And Mari is perfect that her assist is it basically translates 1 assist to 1 press, whereas with Char we're going to be 10 SP short every time we do that sequence. So every, what is it? I guess every 5 of them. Yeah, every 5 presses, we are losing a press off of someone like Char. And having a second character that can do this, I guess, actually now talking it out, having a second character that can do this isn't necessarily actually that good. We can go forward even. We can go forward 2 more spaces, so that's worth using an Excel for. Yeah, having a second character that can do that is not what I would say. Not what I would call overwhelmingly helpful. Because, right, like, we are already dedicating all of our resources to Hayate, and the more that you consolidate into one character, the better turnout you're going to get. Right, the more independent they can be, the fewer ways they're going to need help with other, like, sources of damage, you know. I guess let's come over here. So speaking of like chaining things, we also don't need to keep anything on the flanks, because we odds are, especially where things are positioned, we're going to be getting enemies over here. I guess while we're here too, I think this was called the President's House in other maps. We've seen this map before. Like, we've seen it in R, or an approximation of like what this map would look like. That is been pressed. Here we go. Because it's from, I mean, like, it is an important moment from the Gundam Wing movie. So I understand why. Okay, this is good. Actually, like, yeah, here, speaking of like trying to do things in a way that is more showy than like a standard playthrough would be, I am going to save here. This is like different than I would normally do, but let's start. We will at least commit to it for this recording session and see how we feel about it. So I've saved. I'm going to use Shikishima and see if that actually makes a difference. Right, like, this is still early on where I don't know formulas and I don't know like roughly how much 300 points of damage matters. We're 1,000 or 300 points of power. We are 1,000 damage off. But like, is that lethal? That's just shy of being lethal. So Shikishima plus an assist or plus an analyze on all of the V Luminuses is lethal. But it super isn't for the Zamzazaz, so that yeah, that is not worth it. Which is what I was expecting. This also isn't correct. We got to load the one we actually saved, not the autosave. This also is good because then if in case I bungle something in the middle of this. Or yes, that's the other thing I want to do, is just for the sake of like my button input slash for stream not being annoying. Saving whenever we get to a new we're all set. Yeah, saving whenever we get to a like flag, such that I don't have to like walk things back in case I like misclick somewhere, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. This puts us farther away from everybody else. There are like definitely some small optimizations I can do, right? We're like we are actively going down on energy right now. And if I can 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to both move the most possible and also move as far away from enemies as possible so that I can like get more movement in for future to then get our energy back, you know? But I guess this is worth saying that Shikishima plus probably getting more starting morale or getting more max morale on Hayatai is going to be lethal for these, like for the V Luminuses, I guess, where they are like statted right now. Right, it's not necessarily like that everything's going to stay exactly in that position, but that there it might be we're just a couple of points shy, so it might be worthwhile to grab some more max morale on him. That like that would be a that would be a like actually valuable difference. Okay. So here's something I did wrong, but I'm not going to walk back. Maybe it's fine. That the Dynazenon probably should have been. Yeah. We could have gotten some. We could have taken out one of the other enemies over here first. One of the ones that was closer. We just like want to spend this soon before we run out of enemies that are nearby. And before the Dynazenon like stops being relevant because of where it's positioned. So we can go here, attack here, and then have Daba come in. This goes to 130. What does he need? Is it 130? I feel like we were off before. It is at 130. Okay. So I guess we are getting a little bit more. 1, 2, 3. We are getting a little bit more morale to start things off. Okay, I think we've largely covered what's happening here, so I can try to return to what we were talking about. What I was saying before, which is that, like, I do have positive feelings about this game, and I can talk about those. I think the feedback is really good. I think the UX is split pretty dramatically right down the middle. There is some just absolutely heinous. Why can't I hit that? Oh, because that's not on that tile. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are some like absolutely heinous ways of like not being able to control what you are doing in as articulate a way as you should, like how easily inputs are taken, or like how many destructive choices there are. A destructive choice when talking about video games is one where if you are just like trying to move through your choices really quickly, that it auto cues you into an action that you like can't undo, as opposed to a non-destructive choice, which is that it sets you on, like your cursor gets set by default on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by default on the option that is not going to like move you forward into an action you didn't mean to take. But the like other end, the other side of that feedback is really something. Like the noises, the crunchiness, like the sound of enemies dying is very good. And you like that might not seem like that matters, but I do think that does. There we go. Like consider Candy Crush and how much time was spent on getting the sound of the candy to sound like candy, and like that's why it's so addicting to a lot of people. Did you put these in a place? No, you did not put these in a place that was actually helpful. Okay, well, at least there's like stuff stuck back here that we can do with the rest of these units. Like, Kira can go to town on these guys. How much damage is it? Probably not actually that much, though. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, we will deal with that part later. I think that doesn't matter right now for our situation. Final conditions. I guess there just isn't a boss. I guess we were just supposed to die through density. Okay, that's fine. So, given that, I say let's try and figure out what everything's going on over here first. And then we can go down to where the V-Luminous are with the rest of the team. We still have another heal off of the Rising Gundam. So we should make use of that if we can, too. Actually, yeah, how far can she get? Here. So no, no, that's where we want to be standing. Yeah, so it's gonna have to be this serpent, which is fine. But yeah, no, like the sound design and like the way in which it encourages you to like keep playing, or it rewards you for the actions you are taking, is definitely an important part of the game. I mean, like, heck, look how many times that I like bungled cues because I was just so like energized by like what was happening, right? Like the crunchiness of that. Getting Rouse is not bad. It's a little late. It's a little late, but I've just not really loved Rouse so far in what we've seen out of this game. But yeah. Yeah, and we're too low on damage for an Analyze to change things. Okay. I guess at this point we can focus, though. That is changing. That is like a coin flip is a lot better. That's like a fine amount to dodge. We might be some more survivable this way. I mean, no, we are definitely more survivable this way. Just will it actually make much of a difference? Also, all this would have been fine had we had the Gekkoe Sui to start. Right, because we would have had enough of the V-Luminuses then. But yeah, sound effects, good job with that. As much as we were complaining yesterday about like things feeling indistinct, I think where they're feeling indistinct is like where I would like talk about post luck as opposed to pre-luck. Which I believe I'm doing. I believe I'm using these terms in the correct order, though I have been known to use these in the opposite way. So, like, if you are familiar with the concept that I'm doing this wrong, apologies. But the idea, my point being that, you know, when characters are looking when characters are looking homogenized, it is because of their end performance, not their beginning performance. Right? We are... I feel more comfortable being able to make claims about what I want out of a character to start with. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, that definitely says something. Like, there has to be some amount of character variety there that... Okay, well, we can't do both assault maneuvers because that's not post-movement. That's fine. Right, like, there are some distinctive qualities that are standing out, clearly, if I can, like, make that call. Saying something like, you know, having press is overwhelmingly the best thing. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. Or thinking about like 1, 2, 3, 4. What kinds of like supports I actually want on my characters, right? Where it's like I could like look at Rouse and go, well, this has been good in the past game. But like at this point, I think I can make the call that now I don't think it is as relevant. Because of just like how this game works and like how the energy or the morale economy is in this game. But I could go like someone that has you know, Unity is really good, or someone that has Attune is really good, right? There are elements that I can talk about. Stop. Need a calculator. This is 14,060 times 1.25 is 17,575. Okay, so we can smash and then analyze. Spirits, analyze. Oh, it was not that one, it was this one. That's fine. Right, that's lethal now, and that's good. I don't think we want to spend a... We don't want to save for Cookie. That's good enough. Because, right, anything that we can happen over here, Hayate can also do. My worry, though, is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 left. Enemies left over here, and we only have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. We only have 8 more press turns. Right, we use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we've got 12 sitting in the tank still. And I said there were, what, over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. So actually, no, that's fine, because if we get 12, that is 2 more. Because of, like, the way in which the assist economy works. No, so actually, no, we should be fine over here. And then... just, again, trusting that everything happens down here, fine with the characters we have. Which might not, but that gets at least a somewhat clean turn, too. We also still have a press on us here. Yeah, no, we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. I think we can do this in 1 turn. I guess potentially the limiting factor here is energy. I do think we also kind of want to get hit like 1 or 2 more times, because we do have potential, and that will make that a little bit, like, we will start being a little bit safer. And yeah, and like I think I said sometime earlier when trying to assess Hayate, let me go here. Being able to guarantee a crit would also be super helpful. If we can get like what is it, plus 30 to crit, getting a 77% crit is like so close. It's in fact only 23 points away from a guarantee. It's funny how that works. But I think we're good. Yeah. So that's another way we can improve damage. Sorry, I got very distracted. Oh, that is not lethal. Okay. You know, we have analyzes left. Let's see if we can start spending them to shore that up. Because a Shikishima is not in the cards. Right? I guess I burned those. I burned too many of those, assuming that those were going to work. Also, definitely been approaching... Okay, that does work out. Good, thank goodness. Also been approaching how we've been, like, attacking enemies wrong. It's not as useful to attack them from as far a range from them as possible. It's better to go to the furthest extent of our move, and then from there see who we can hit. But, like, the fact that I can do this is also really cool. Like, it's my fault for having broken the game. I think I can blame the game a little bit for that, but I think I also can't be, like... I probably shouldn't be too upset that the game has given me, like, tools, not only just to feel powerful, because, right, like, I think you've gathered by this point that I don't care about that so much, but... There are a lot of customization options, and there are plenty of times where a series will promise the idea of customization and not actually really deliver on that very well. I think it is an overstep, but I would prefer them to give me too much, and then we can figure out how to walk it back in line later, than give me too little and make it and then make that addition sort of meaningless. I didn't really. I guess I didn't clock the fact that you had analyzed, because 20 is expensive, but for our purposes, not actually that bad. I am a little worried that, like, somewhere in here I'm gonna get got by the fact that, like, it says final victory conditions, but that doesn't mean it's like everything's not actually out yet, because it's still gonna be the same victory conditions. But why is this not lethal then? Is it because you're standing on a forest? Yeah, just because you're standing on a forest, where, like, this would be. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Actually, also at this point, I am going to save again, because we've done a lot, and I would like to not have to redo that to some goofed up clicks. Just because, like, right there, I realized I forgot to, like, triple check that I had activated Impress. Okay, yeah, so now that we've been hit some more, let's see what our numbers are looking like. That's still a pretty heinous chance of being hit. Okay. You can take this from Yume, because she's not going to need to use anything else yet. Or not yet, but this turn. Okay. So we don't want to be immediately next to... Oh, no, we can go down here, and that's still the same amount of move. But then we can get the assault maneuver. Yeah, that works. Yeah, so, like, I think that level of customization is good. And also, like, one thing that I have not been saying, I've not, like, been articulating well, is just how much I want to go back and start this game from scratch. Now knowing all of the things that I do to try to, like, improve how this portion of the game is going. Like, I think I can get to this point a lot sooner. And a game getting you to think like that, like, is definitely a very, very positive thing. Like, very few games can profess that. And not every game has to, right? Like, I think it is perfectly fine for a game to say, I am a singular experience. Your one experience with me is your experience. You shouldn't worry about whether or not you can continue to, like, re-experience that. Right? Like, narrative games are very good at that. And I think that is totally fine. But as much as this game is story, it is undeniably still very mechanically driven. So the fact that it is getting me to go, like, oh, I can go back and do this. Oh, what if I try this character earlier on? Oh, what if I try and push this direction? Is, like, that's really positive. maybe I will feel differently about it after a couple of pushes. Right? Maybe I will go, okay, well, it turns out actually all of those changes aren't changes. They're all literally the same thing. In which case, then I'm not going to be able to like rate. I'm not going to rate that highly on my list of like positive feelings I have for the game. But at least for right now, the fact that it's getting me to go, yeah, go back and play the game some more, is like that's definitely a victory for it, and I can't deny it that. No, we can move elsewhere. And like I said, there's definitely some minor optimizations I could be making. I don't say this to be like dismissive or unappreciative. So please, if it sounds that way, I promise it's not what I mean. But I do think some of those micro optimizations or some of those that like the way in which I would be interested in experiencing this game is just like better to be done off stream. Because right, like if I was by myself, I would have no problems, you know, going through like part of a turn or like going a couple missions in, customizing a character, and then like reloading like before that customization back to like a couple of scenarios. Go doing some chores, coming back, like thinking through a turn or two, putting it down, go doing something else, like go do some writing, go try to learn some music. Right? The like ability to put these games down and like think through a turn is definitely super valuable and understated. And just like something that's like we just can't see on stream for obvious reasons. Even that's not lethal? Is it because it's assuming I'm dying first before I get there? We can take a trust off of characters we aren't otherwise using. So we can still save, yeah, okay, there we go. That was the problem. I was just assuming I was going to die in the middle of that. I still want to save the spirit for the getter in case we need it to get damage. Yeah, so those, like, I know that is shorter by comparison dramatically, but I at least am starting the conversation now, so, like, when we see more of those things, I'm, like, going to be more prone to talk about them when they come up. We aren't really using rain for anything else, so that'll work, too. And now we can go. We're not going to have to worry about. We're not going to move full movement, and it's okay if we eat some of our energy a little bit more greedily because we're getting closer to done. And Hayate can still come in and like clear up the rest of the formation and spawn back where our units started. Okay, cool. I will leave him go for now and see what everyone else can do over here. Right? I'm not even sure. Actually, he might even be able to get back because of how we did this. Yeah, actually, I think he might be stranded, so we invested one more Mari than was necessary into him. Right? Because he has, yeah, we invested one more Mari than was necessary. Hopefully that does not come back to bite us. Okay. Let's see if we can hit max damage. No, we still can't. We could press the getter team to get more damage if necessary, but I don't know if it is. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we used all of them. We just need more of those. Like, genuinely, so many more would help so much. Okay. We have a buff to damage at what range? 7 spaces away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know why I did just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we can attack. If we attack here, that is an improvement. That's extra damage. Yeah. Okay. This is a guaranteed hit because of one of the parts we have on her. She's got the plus 37. She's got the 30-70 situation. No, she does not. Okay. So she's not doing anything else. We can intuition. I guess let's check all of the rest of our analyzers and see if there's anything else they need to do. Koyomi is already out, so we can use both of his pretty safely. That will matter more than the Daunts will. Spirits, analyze. The Jaguar's out, Lelouch's out. Wu Fei is not. His are punkin' expensive, but we're probably gonna not use his. We will use 2 off of Novi, and then we can have a bullseye. No, we'll use all 3 off of Novi because we've got attunes other places. Assuming that even all of these are necessary, right? So like, actually, I guess let's call it there, because like Domon's not going to need an analyze to kill something. He's probably our best use of a press, just because like he's guaranteed a kill, and then that's the guarantees 2 kills then. This is fine though. I think giving it to Suletta is maybe preferable. So I guess we can have the Jet Jaguar attack here. Then we'll take L's attune. Right, this seems fine. Though I actually don't think this is lethal. Yeah. Okay, then we can have Tamaki attack here too, I guess. Right, like that. Intuition. Now this is lethal from Suletta. Okay. You get a cheer. We gotta remember to fortune for all of these. I think there's also a world where we see in the future that fortune gets applied to an enemy. I think that would be cool and fine. And still work the same way, that like the next time this enemy takes damage, if it is lethal damage, you get double money. Make it more expensive because it's better. The effect is stronger if you put it on enemy rather than having to put it on a unit, you know? I'm not going to worry about energy economy because, well, we'll have plenty. We're already getting fortuned. Cheer on you doesn't matter. Okay. How good's the Thunder Bomber looking? Okay. This is probably fine. And then we can use the Advent to finish this kill off. Right, like that's lethal. And therefore a good. And then you have here and oh yeah, we could have blessed a lot more of those the Tauruses. But it's not even like phenomenally that much more money. But it does feel bad that we're wasting them. Is that important? I mean, that's like good to know, but that I did not need to get interrupted to see that. That's fine. Yeah, so we want Domon to kill one of the units hasn't gone down yet. Though that said, he does have a support attack we are not utilizing at present, so we should probably figure out how to make use of that, because that's a lot of extra damage we're wasting. Right, so like go here. The fact that cross isn't a kill is a shame, but that's fine. Yeah, and maybe like out through a crit it'll die. Yeah, perfect. Okay. No. We can't get a support attack off anyone that's really good. We could do this in combo with the Lancelot. That'll do. Yeah, that works out. And then Lancelot can finish that, though I think I would prefer Lelouch to if he's able to. Oh, we have Formation 0 now. Cool. I wonder who that's using. We'll find out. You just take the bless off of C2. Here's an attune, and here's a cheer. We haven't seen this yet, so let's do this and I won't talk over it. Trays Kushramana. Oh man, the difference. Oh, it uses all three of them. Me boost. Is that just like how long he's allowed to use it before? That was so cool. Not just animated well, but I think to me at least one of the charms of Code Geass is just like I will always be a sucker for this in like any piece of media. Whenever you have like a squad working really well together, I'm always super pumped. And that is like quintessential Code Geass, you know. This'll work. Though, unfortunate, we are attacking the one that's right next to Kira. Right. So we can't use Barrage. We will persist this for whatever that's worth. I guess we don't need to. We have blesses left over now, so we may as well spend a bless on this just to make sure. In case this dies through a crit. Okay, that's fine. That'll be lethal, so that's good. Yeah, Domon gets to take this one. And we already have a fortune up. Does anyone need this? Yes, Freya does. That works. Oh, right. I also am debating switching her off. If we can just get enough, we can just buy enough skill to account for her. Sure. Why not? Okay. Is there anyone else that's left? No, I think we used pretty much everyone. Right, there's... I mean... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, we're good. Sick, that went really well. I'm pleased we one rounded it. We one turned that. I think there's a lot more one turning we could have done, or we had the ability to do. fighter and potential, they're so minimal at this point. They're like a slight accent to our costs. Oh boy, I don't like his eyes. I don't like what's happening here. This is upsetting looking. I hope he's okay. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that. Well, first let's go grab the Otaki Factory's assist. What we got? Oh, supply parts, that's okay. That feels appropriate for them to give, but also like that's not bad. Surely this is the end. This has got to be the end of chapter 5. Yeah, especially because we're confronting somebody. Totally. Okay. I would like to get some more parts on Hayate, and while I'm doing that, we can have one of our other conversations. I sound like I'm going to be like a grumpy parent, not like that. There's like, I guess I'm being a grumpy parent of myself. There's like so many things I forgot to say yesterday, and I want to fix that. But let me open my notes to make sure. Right, okay. First, to finish our conversation about Golden Bat. There was a couple of details that I got, not like painfully wrong, but like probably are worth correcting. And just like one really big detail that I had in my head that I'm like, I'm sure I said this out loud, and I super did not. It bears saying that Golden Bat was made before Superman. Like, he's arguably, Superman is usually credited as being, in like heavy air quotes, the first modern superhero. There's like, there are contenders to the throne. There's like some debate going on about like where all this is happening, right? Like if you're really interested in this kind of conversation, I strongly recommend the book. Is it like The Amazing Adventures? I think it's The Amazing Adventures and the Amazing Story of Cavalier and Clay will get you there. It's a very good book, and it is about. This is not the plot of the story, but what the book is about is the way in which the Jewish legend of the Golem is very much a stand-in, or the modern superhero is a stand-in for the understanding of the Jewish Golem and the way that it protects a disenfranchised and like constantly assaulted community. It was a very good read. It was definitely among my favorite things I read for that class in college. Does having SP up matter? I mean, yes, literally having one more point of SP makes a difference for Hayate. So can we get, how much is 6 of these? More than we have. Okay, so that's not worth it, because one more point of SP bumps us up to being able to use 5 presses to start, but we'll also get that through a level, probably. What's one of these cost? Okay, if we have 1100 left over, we'll get an SP program. But yeah, like, we could get... I'm holding down right trigger. That's usually my speed up button, as if it's going to do anything, right? Like, we could do this. Obviously, we can't afford this right now. But, like, this is still a thing that we can do to improve Hayate a lot, and that's, like, worthwhile. Also, that was 29 of them. We've already put 1 and 2. Okay, so it's 30. I mean, we could have done that math the other direction, but yeah, that makes sense, right? It's 150. You get 5 per. So yeah, you get 30 instances of a up program per stat as of right now. I don't think our max stats aren't going up any higher because we're already at squad rank S. But Hayate is also not as much of a boss killer, so actually I don't think we've got to worry about skill as much. I think maybe investing here was not the right play. Right? I think this actually ended up being a little bit of a waste where we should have just increased our damage. But maybe I'm wrong. But like, see, like this is the sort of thing where I like, A, if I wasn't on stream, I would go back and like play around with this. But B, the fact that I'm thinking about it and going, oh man, I do kind of like want to try this out again, is like very good. A game should get credit for making you do that. So this works out fine. We can do 4 range ups, and then by the morale of the SP up. Yeah, perfect. And then we'll save the other 40,000 for something else. Actually, I guess at this point we can look at Echika. And we could probably, she probably would value some SP ups also. Right, so we need 75 plus 75 is 150. So we're not getting there. Also, we can only buy one on her. But I think we start doing that. Yeah, I think that starts being fine. Any amount any more amount we can give her is worthwhile. Okay. I think we're good for shopping, and nothing that we got made me inherently more motivated to go and put that on. I don't think that's actually that worth it. I'd rather all of our extra damage. But yeah. So Golden Bat is like one of the claims to fame about him is that he's like arguably one of the first, if not like the first conception of modern superheroes, which feels, you know, like that's a pretty bold claim. You very few things get to do that, like even get to be in contest for that. Also, why are all of these like CQB is ranged on the other side of this track? Yeah, oh, it is. Okay. Right, because we could go like here. That's not bad. I guess I never thought to look if we have like press cost down. Persistent wall. Okay. Let's see if I can read these and also talk at the same time. So the fact that we have like a modern superhero coming out of Japan, where I think a lot of people like to give credit to America, which is just like not true about a lot of like modern American like visual design. A lot of it comes from a love for Japanese, right? Like Akira does a great deal of work on behalf of the modern American, or like just the modern Western landscape for visual stylings. And that I don't think that gets that enough. I think we're just going to do this because we're so close to having like 100% crit default on Hayate. Okay. But I also said, I was like, it comes from something that's old, that's like paper doll, right? Remember that? Remember I said yesterday? But the reason I was hesitant to say something was because I couldn't remember the name exactly. I didn't want to, I'd rather not say and then look it up later. So the word I was thinking of was Kamishibai, but that is also a more modern convention. It is, I mean, it is part of this conversation, absolutely. But Kamishibai are these like paper, like traveling circus paper doll. You would like see them on the streets of like a large Japanese city. Around about the times of World War I, which is like, or sorry, not World War I, like between World War I and World War II, which is exactly appropriate for the time period we're looking for when Golden Bat got made, and that is absolutely 100% part of the influence of Golden Bat. But there was also an element of Eitoki, which is a much older form of like visual storytelling out of Japan. Like this is from like a much more classic time of Japanese history. So if you are not a history buff, here's a bit of a history lesson. I will do my best to explain this. I used to know this just so much better than I do now. Um, but that's whatever. I think we'll still get through this in a way that is parsable. So in the Edo period, yeah, or we'll say it's the Edo period. I think that's right. What will get you there the most is the art style ukiyo-e. It means the floating world, and if you're thinking like if you're asked, think of what old Japanese art looks like, whatever just came to mind is probably ukiyo-e. I think it's absolutely beautiful, but this is where the it's something kimono. I don't remember what they're called. It's like a tabi kimono, something like that. But it's picture scrolls which were used for the eitoki, and there's some amount of them that have this like old stodgy quality to them. Oh, this is really good. Glad we increased our damage the way we did. But some of them are also like surprisingly playful. There's a really famous small collection of them, of a series of animals that were just sort of like goofing around in those eitoki. I think we're just good, right? Yeah. And that's like potentially where a lot of influence for modern manga has come from. And then by extension in between those two, the Kamishibai. Though I will also add in here while we're here. I love all things horror, including horror's sort of narrative origins, the Gothic literature of England. It wasn't just in England, but that's primarily where it started. And the Phantasmagoricas. I can never remember whether it's Phantasmagoriana, Phantasmagoria, or Phantasmagorica. All three of those things are relevant. Phantasmagoriana is the collection of stories that Mary Shelley and her crew read to make Frankenstein and their other books. I know the rest of it, not necessarily relevant for this conversation. But one of them, I think it's Phantasmagoria, are a collection of like seance kind of spooky ghost activities that used a lot of visual styling, and that's also where a lot of manga influence gets drawn. But anyway, yeah. So the Golden Bat is a combination of some old eitoki being crystallized into this one character, and then also pulling from a lot of the visual stylings of the contemporaneous Kamishibai. Kamishibai definitely exists because of eitoki, but like you can grab from two different sources at the same time, two different places at the same time, you know. I don't think we can do anything else with Echika. She is still... So actually here, this is worth seeing. We are 10 SP short. So whatever gives us 10 more SP on Echika would actually make a difference. So we can figure that math out later, but I'll do my best to remember 10 SP on Echika. Because that will give us another 1 point of assist off of her. So, but if you're interested in like the history of this medium, learning some more about eitoki or Kamishibai is well worth your while. It's really fascinating. I also really value it as a tool because of, especially, and at least for me, growing up, receiving a lot of criticism from adults. Generally speaking, mercifully not my parents though. That like what I was reading just like had no merit or no value, and that like it was an affront to art. So being able to like have a point of reference that you could like deliberately point to and go like, see, no, this is like from real artistic movement. It's just, you know, modern expressions don't have to look like classical expressions to still have something worth saying, you know? There we go. In the ruins. Oh boy, that's like deeply where I do not want you two to be. Okay. I was gonna talk about mythology and heroes, but I guess we gotta talk about do some of these stuff first. I think the Stella Force is close to, if not what Savus was driving before. I think. So that's a little spooky. We're seeing those now. Right, I don't think we are presently set up to kill those, but let's just like damage check them real quick. No, we can definitely kill those with a combination or with second attacks. With a little bit more setup, right? We are at max morale, but we can analyze these, and once they don't have the support defense, I think we're probably good. They've got. Does this have Barrier Buster? It does. Okay, never mind. So we're fine. That works out fine. No wonder we're doing so much damage. Yeah, we just need like a way to like cancel like abilities, but I don't think it's an option. Yeah, I don't think this is exactly the same as Savus's, but it's close. That's this is giving like pre-Bionicle Lego robot energy to me. What were those called? They came in these little like shuttle pods, and they had like discs that they would throw. It is very that like late 90s toy design, I think. Having these two recoveries is going to be a bear, but Pro Photon Cluster, yo, that's relevant. I think we have something that's similar to this, but I don't think it's this bumped up. I think it's like, isn't it like 60 energy and 200 power? So this is like a direct upgrade or something. He also has question mark HP, which means he has a ton of health. They only ever do that if they're like overcapping the amount of like characters they can show. Gets 2 actions per turn. Okay, cool. Great. We will need to be careful about him. And this is the Aura Battler ship. It's got 90,000 HP. Okay, I don't think we're getting this one done in one turn this time. The Adenos is this right? Yeah, that's also not even the last condition. I think we're still going to have Hayate finish off all the rest of this stuff. Like, I think that is still worthwhile for us to do. But I guess we should do this now with Galma before we accidentally like take away his ability to perform a relevant action. Okay, so we do need to excel with him too, which is fine. We can Rex 4, so we didn't actually need to have charged. That's okay, and that's worth analyzing that one. Okay. Then you can pick him back up, move over here. Great. We do need these two to sort of get out of here. Like, Cross is fine, but I don't think he's... he could probably live through some of these, but I think that's why we still want to, like, take all this stuff out. We're gonna need to at some point, and then we can just, like, full send moving everybody. Right, we can have Lacus grab some people. We can do a lot of stuff with Lacus to move most of the team over to deal with the Ednos next turn. I think this can still be a turn too. Okay. Well, we've pretty much done everything we need to do with Hayate. I've shown everything that we were going to be doing with Hayate, so I think now it's just about executing, though, as I say that. let me save over. We'll just make a new one. I gotta clear out some of these old save files. Maybe I'll do that today after we're done streaming. I gotta finish a video though once we're done streaming, so maybe not. We'll see. But yeah. So mythology and heroes. The reason I was like hemming and hawing over like how I was going to describe heroism, or like what a modern hero was, or where I have to like even use the phrase a modern conception of hero, is because like we use the same word, so I don't think this is like that much of a stretch, or I don't think this is like that hot of a take. But it just might not be something that you've like been asked to think about like very like one-to-one directly. But like Greco-Roman heroes, I say this in particular just because America really, or like the West really likes the Greco-Roman hero. But like mythological heroes are 100% the precursor to superheroes. Like even some, I mean, have you like consider Thor? There are so many modern superheroes that are designed around, if not indirectly, very directly, the prototypical like mythological hero. And I think a lot of that has, I think a lot of that comes from like what those heroes meant to people, right? For a lot of us who are like 1, 2, 3, 4. For a lot of us who are like the weirdos who stay in our rooms all of the time, or who no one wants to talk to because we read the weird comics, or we talk about the weird math or whatever. Like all of us we're all some form of neurodivergent, and that is what like that's what the Greek heroes are, right? Even if it's, they don't have to say it directly, or that time period doesn't need to have access to that language for these to still be stories that people were trying to tell about themselves and trying to find a way to show the rest of the world that like the way I experience it, even though it is different from yours, doesn't make it a problem. I know plenty of people who like to try and conceive of their like neurodivergence, like ADHD in particular, as a superpower, and like I don't think humans have ever, I don't think we've changed all that much in the past 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 years. So I think it's probably fair to say, like, you know, there were people throughout history who were doing that same thing. Like, that's where a lot of our heroes have come from. Again, look at, or not again, but like look at the origin points of, why are you partially damaged? That's weird. Okay. Look at the origin points for a lot of these heroes. They are... They sit alone in the field. They're really good with animals. Parts of their story present them somehow as a social outcast. Like, they were too strong for their own good. They had angered the town because they were, like, being disrespectful. Right? Like, some of these I'm, like, sort of, like, trying to riff off the top of my head. I don't have, like, necessarily immediate examples for it, though. But the point I'm trying to get to is that, like, a lot of these elements of hero... Actually, yeah, here are two better examples, too. That, like, they can change... They're able to deal with, like, on-the-fly decision-making. They... The momentum of combat or danger is something that they can adapt to really quickly, because they just, like, see change rapidly and can account for it. That a lot of these behaviors code as like an ADHD or like what I was trying to describe just now. Like there's a lot of like autistic spectrum coding to a lot of these individuals, and like because that language was not accessible, understanding the spectrum of, I mean, a lot of things, but like autism in particular, I'm interested in, was just not as present because, like, why would it be in a world where your utility was like paramount to your survival? Finding a way to be able to include you in daily life was like very valuable for any community to do. So if you're like, well, Austin over there is real quiet and he doesn't really talk to people very much, but he sure does like whenever he gets to like hang out with the animals all day. Like people aren't going to think of you particularly as neurodivergent or neurotypical, because like I said, that concept is like, that concept of explaining these feelings is modern, but that feeling is still persistent, right? So that you know, that person probably just like got to go sit in the field and was like, became a shepherd. It was right. It was just like, oh yeah, they're destined to be this kind of individual, as opposed to say, you know, you're outcast or condemned for trying to just like live your life. So I think a lot of hero stories were ways for people to talk about themselves and present qualities that they knew to be evident throughout their entire life in a way that was like more socially acceptable, and trying to like teach people to, you know, see it as less harmful, like seeing them like the people telling the stories were trying to teach people to see their existence as like less detrimental than, you know, society had been presenting them. Which I know is like slightly counter, like those feel slightly like counter to each other based on what I was just saying, but I think the difference I'm trying to draw is, again, just as much as we don't have language to describe it positively or constructively, we also don't have language to describe it negatively. That people can be outcast for any number of reasons, especially in these times where I'm thinking of like 2000s, 3000s BC, where a lot of communities, for better or worse, described a very great existential threat. The very great existential threat that they felt by an outsider coming and potentially like robbing them of all that they owned. And like, there's probably decent reason. I would not say that there is not an unreasonable precedent for why a community that is like just trying to like survive or make do might feel threatened by another community that is like using the same logic. It's like, well, if people that I know get to survive and we are constantly on the battle for survival, then like we do what we gotta, right? A lot of these old places are not as unified as we like to think. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Ancient Japan, ancient Greece, there is practically no unity there. They are fully just like separate countries at points, like the states or like the singular identities that we know of, right? Like Athens was a kind of a nation unto itself. I think we can also probably bless these. So I understand why a community would maybe see some threat out of 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Would maybe see some threat out of other people being around. But we're getting super tangenty now. Okay, so we're running into a problem here with these both having support defenses. We definitely could have cleaned this one up with Hayate, but we just moved in such a way where that was not happening. So that's unfortunate. I guess we're gonna load as many people from the back here into the the Eternal as possible, because we're not going to like necessarily, we're not going to get to use them this turn, right? We just want to move people forward for the next turn. By anyone who can. Yeah, anyone who can get forward already. Probably doesn't need that. Doesn't need to get picked up, or B go in on their turns. Though I am tempted to have Kira get picked up. Right, so we could grab like Kira, Domon, the Gecko Asui, and like Majin Kaiser, I guess. Here's where we also get to use the Getter Kirik for once. Do we? Is that even better? I mean, yeah, I guess it is. Strictly speaking, it is one space better, so we'll do it. Movement 12, movement 11. Okay, now we're talking. Never mind. How is that not 1, 2, 3? That's 4 away. Darn. Do we not have any 4 post-movement attacks? No, we do not have any 4 range post-movement attacks. Okay. If we can break the... If we can break that support defense even a little bit, we have all 3 of these cleared by Hayate. And we can maybe get these 2 cleared also. We can break the support defense off of the Zeal, off of the Grid Knight. Right, like this, yeah, here. Right, like that works. That will break the support defense. We might need to use an Excel, though, off of Hayate, which is fine. I mean, better to keep comboing than to, like, have the potential to combo and not get to do it. Wow, he gains so much morale from that. Okay. Spirits, analyze. You. Are we good here? Yes. I'm less apt to use all of my blesses just because we are not on final victory conditions, right? We do want to use one here, though. I think we should be grabbing them from everyone other than Ciela right now, just so we don't like overcap like I normally say. Okay, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. This will end up wasting a little bit of our energy, but that's okay. That's still lethal. Yeah, we're not going to recover as much. We are now at the point where we're going to be starting to go at an energy deficit, but that's fine. Because it's not going to be that much of an energy deficit. So really, we can take here. Man, they're getting morale now. Okay, that's dead. And then the Dynasty, we can do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Dynasty can tag one of that other support pair. Someone else has still got to have one out here, right? Okay, no, we do need to figure out what's happening now with Lacus, which is fine. Okay, we need to excel with her. Get as far out as we can. And then we're... Oh, okay. I guess not as far out as we can. Because we definitely need to pick you up. And these three are the ones that are using it the best, that are using the jump and movement the best, so let's give it to them. And then everybody else can just get there on their own. Shion will be safe here because all the rest of these are going to be dead before he gets over there. Soleta not having Excel is pretty honking bad. We'll put that. We'll put her in the Eternal also. Yeah, that's fine. We just need to spirit him still for a press next turn. Okay. We just have these two left on the map. Good. Then we can launch. Really, still. Okay. Let's make sure this is not a problem through spirits. Also, I think because of how we did this, we don't have anybody, who is left on the battlefield that has, like, we're not going to be able to relaunch anyone that has parts left on it because we picked up everyone that has those parts. You got to move a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is max movement. Yeah, like, I don't mind doing this just to, like, get him out of here. Yeah, and then and then that also pushes up to 2, so... Okay. Let's make sure we only need one. We only need to break one support defense. We only need to break one support defense. So we can go. I guess this one is correct. Yeah. Then we have enough for 2 more presses. Right, we need to hit the generic first. Koyomi has a analyze? Yes, he does. Okay. It is kind of a bummer that you can't use analyze from inside the battleship like you can basically everything else. Right, like I can still grab this bless off of... I mean, I guess none of these are good examples because all these are on our battleships, but... 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. I'm not going to worry about the energy cost. We're just going to intuition, which is fine because we had that left over anyway, right? We were at 24, so that checks out to me. Okay, I think we are good. This might be a little bit... This may have been foolish of me doing this, but I think we'll be okay. And if we're not, oh well. This is also just immediately lethal, which is worrisome. So actually, I don't think we're going to be okay. Okay, that's fine. Right, you get 2 actions. That works out okay by me. We will need to figure out how to, like, deal with that next turn, but... Are we gonna be just... We're gonna be just, like, 1 shy on... Yeah, we're, like, 1 attack shy. We'll just have to hope we dodge this. Yeah, that's fine. We definitely already got our use out of high attack. For sure. Okay, I guess now because we're using Lacus... Here, let me take notes on this again. We need... We definitely need Lacus to have more movement on her. Giving her all of the movement matters. Right, because this is like... That's practically nothing. I mean, we may as well grab... Oh, right, we've got to multi-queue those. That's fine. Okay, why? Oh, right, because we don't have... We already used a charge from Kira last turn. Yeah, I think because this is like a real boss fight, we're not going to be doing this quickly. So, given that, we should launch people who can debuff first. I guess we may as well analyze all three of these. Let's get all of our supports on the battlefield first, so we can figure out what we're working with. And then, yeah, he's been analyzed. We should probably be daunting him. Who else has it? We need to launch Suleta now, then. Yeah, she can't do anything else because we don't have a way to give her extra movement. Okay, we've pulled you down to 93. Great. You need to daunt. Okay. That will definitely help. Yeah, that's not a lot more damage, but it is more damage. I guess let's turn on attack animations so we can see what the Edenos looks like. It's the same named attack, but it theoretically will look different. Okay, while this is happening, speaking of characters who are just like trying to like live their life, I like offhandedly mentioned that I think part of the reason people don't like Xion from Kingdom Hearts is because of homophobia, and then did not follow up on that point at all. Let's talk about that now. If like light spoilers for Kingdom Hearts / Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days in particular, but the series is really fascinated with like memory and identity and like the elements that make you a person. And one of the ways they express that is by taking their main character, Sora, and like the community jokes about him being like separated into like way too many characters, but I think it is an interesting way to try to talk about the idea of like who you could be, or like if your world was, if you made different choices, where would you end up in life? And through a series of plot points that are like not worth explaining to like get to this point, Xion is a clone of Sora. It's using a copy of his memories, but focused through his like familiarity and love and care for his like best friend / girlfriend, Kairi. And like she is like, the story does not say it expressly, but like she is undeniably she is undeniably a queer character. There is trans experience coded all over what is happening with her, because right, she is the recreation of a masculine body and a masculine identity and a masculine mind into a feminine form. And like even if the game itself is not like deliberately saying like, hi, Xion is trans, that like the way in which the identity is baked into the character is like very core to her storytelling. And I think this is what I've tried, like this is the kind of thing that I've tried to express when I've said media is more about practice than it is about learning. Like, I don't think you have to be aware deliberately of what's happening for you to have been for people to have been taught, or for people to have taught you that seeing a character express those kind of feelings, expressing confusion or distress, or a want for self-destructive self-sacrifice to try to justify an existence that no one else loves, as being antithetical to being a good person. And those people frequently are motivated subtly or not so subtly because of a want of anti-transness, among plenty of other things. Just in this particular case, because we're talking about the queer experience, that you learn the results of those people's homophobia without learning the whys, and then you sort of pick up on that as a design element of narrative. Which is why if you hear people talk about if you hear people talk about the modern space of thoughtfulness and I dislike the term political correctness because it connotes an antagonism towards the want to be thoughtful about how you consume or how you address people or what you say or think. But this checks out. Right, but that's why we talk about it being systemic so often, because there are lots of these things that are taught to you that, and not just you, me too. There are lots of things that are taught to people that you don't otherwise know or see or pick up on. So it feels heinous to then place blame over that. It feels very hard to. I am one usually not to. I would much rather someone be ignorant and then be motivated to learn. And I don't think that blaming someone is helpful for that to happen, you know? Right, so if you're hearing me say this and you're going I'm not like that, yeah, I'm not, this is no accusation, but I think it is worthwhile thinking about. I will still do this, even if I'm sounding like I'm coming from on high, talking about media, literacy. I think it is still worth thinking about at all times, the cues, the information, the way we approach media, and how we may be taking what's happening there for granted. No matter how adept you are at consuming media, right? The line is and will always remain true. You are not immune to propaganda. And I think this constitutes as that. That works. We could I know I said I wasn't going to be grumpy, but I'm going to be a little grumpy. This is this is exactly why. We could have handled all of these enemies if they just weren't so far on the other side of the map. The problem was not that we couldn't do damage to them. The problem was not that we didn't have a way of killing them. We have so many characters that can do damage that just aren't getting to take actions because everything's so hecking far away. He seems really hellbent on attacking Etrica, so I think we're gonna actually leave. We're gonna leave Etrica here. As a way to forestall other characters from being attacked and just plan around. Yeah, we have flashes on Mina. We can dynamic cannon here. I had originally intended to set in on the Valballum. Right, he recovers 20% energy, and he's looking at 10,000 HP, so he recovers 20,000-ish a turn. 20,000 of so if we don't do more damage to the Endonos to the Bulbalum Endonos as its pilot, it will be back to max HP. So we are sort of more incentivized to do damage to it. I do want to save the Shuffle Alliance Oath until we are at lethal, though. But, like, this is probably worth our while. Yeah, and then I think next turn we will be set for taking out most of this, if not all of this. Like, I think this squad over here can probably manage Drake in the Will Whips. He doesn't have any healing. Yeah. I am curious what the rest of this is going to be, because this feels pretty final. Actually, because of where he moved, that's even better. And, like, defending doesn't matter because we're already dodging. I just gotta remember, yeah, so, like, I'm saying this out loud. Oh, I guess we didn't use the... That's cool. We didn't move the Grand Garand last turn, which is fine. But, like, she's never going to catch up, so I don't feel the need to. All right, let's crack off our analyzes immediately so we don't mess this up. If we're going to be daunting, I think we're going to be daunting Valbalum more, just because he's already down low. Persist. And we can get a Hyper Aura Slash off this. Yeah, this is looking good. Can you... Yes, you can get it. Yeah. Great. So we do want to get an attack off of Suzaku's support. We can foresee. Yeah, that's fine. We've got plenty of fortunes to go around. But yeah, like I think at the very least, it's probably worth your while to at least give thought to the idea of like Shion's transness and what Kingdom Hearts is trying to say about identity, seeing as so much of outside of gender identity, so much of Kingdom Hearts story is already about identity as a concept. And then, yeah, we just didn't get to use the press, but that's fine. In the air. Oh, that's like reasonable damage. Maybe we won't get this done with just this group. He is a tanky boy. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't help that so many of our resources have gone into Hayate recently. And now, because I let him die with some bad planning. Oh, boy. Why? Like, you still honk really badly despite having Majin power. I know we haven't invested into you. Maybe that's why, but good gracious. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else relevant for them to do. We'll go here. I'd rather just get some chip from Lelouch just to, like, get some XP on him and waste some more energy on the Endonos. On the Valbolum, sorry. I don't know why I want him to be the unit. That's sweet. He can just stay right there. Yeah. So this is... I would love to hear if y'all have been using the fire form of the Gurren better, because I don't know what to do with it. Where's the energy cost? 10 and 20. This is so cheap. Why don't we get to have 10 and 20 energy costs? Okay, I guess we're just gonna do this. We're not gonna bring anybody else over. This is just gonna be another turn of waiting. Clearly this thing's dead next turn. We can do almost all of its health this turn. I guess we like do this to get some EC levels. Tamaki wants this more, as she is lowest. Okay. We would prefer an attack off Kira, so that'll work. Yeah. Are we getting to double attack him? No, we are not. I guess I should have checked for more dots still. Oh yeah, we've been wasting Bell. Oh, as always. Which is not, it's not the end of the world, right? Wasting Lachesis, though, is, like, probably pretty egregious. We should have, yeah. I mean, we're also, I'm just not used to having her as a collection of pilots to spend from. We have Chums still. Oh, we have one on Tamaki. Yeah, I guess we don't need Chum for anything else. That's not Chum. We already used hers. It's just that Chum has them now. Yeah, my only concern is maybe we're losing out on a Tunes, but I think it's fine. And then we will smash, and we've got to smash for next turn too, and that should be a lethal then. Great. Okay. 5, 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, Cross needs to get involved here. I forgot that we had him all the way out there. He was doing some like aesthetic ninja training on the mountains, like meditating under a waterfall or something. Okay. 4, yes, because then we have the Grand Gurren also. I mean, I guess we could like try and hoof it over, but at this point, I don't think it matters. Yeah, if we'd been here last turn, we could have moved here this turn. We could have like maybe gotten a chip in, but that's okay. Yes. Support options. Oh, this just like kills the Rising Gundam. That's fine. So, I mean, it's not fine that it would die. It's just we'll just do this. Yeah, and like we could land an attack if we wanted to. There's just like no reason to, because we still do 0 damage. Okay. Well, that's lame. We were all set up to kill him. Please don't take this away. Ask to speak to Izana, reject Izana outright. Well, I don't know who any of these are, so, like, that's on me. I'd much rather be able to have a conversation and try to understand. Oh, that's so lame. But see, that's what I mean, right? We're like, we could have, And like maybe that's like part like I guess that's like the part of the game. But we were so far away. We were so far away from him that like we were never getting close enough to like actually do damage to him. But he was dead next turn. And maybe I'm supposed to like treat him as a like we're not actually supposed to get that kill. But oh yeah, right. We had the Prophoton Colonel. I think he was the one that had the plus 100 plus 100 energy plus 300 damage. So I guess we don't get to keep that then. That's a shame. Okay, well, let's see how few people we need to deal with the Will-O-Wisp. The Will-Whips. Then we can fight the Stella Bluss. Yeah, I think we can. I feel pretty confident saying we can end this turn. That'll work. Yeah, that seems fine. I guess, yeah, here, let's see if Sho can do anything relevant here. We don't have enough skill yet on him. Yeah, his skill's really low. I don't know what I was doing with putting second attack on him. Okay, how is the Getter doing? Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so why are we not doing damage to him? He has Aura Barrier. Reduce damage from ranged weapons by 1,000. That doesn't matter, because we're not using ranged weapons. Chain of Command. This is just hit rate, not defense. Okay, so it is probably the guard on him that's doing that the most. So, do we have 2 shots of Daunt? We theoretically could, right? We have one from Koyomi. And then if we move, we could have Daba attack like here and then have him move close to get healed. And that will not work because he doesn't have it on himself. So never mind. Instead, we can have... I do that so often. I'm still not used to that as like part of how this game functions. Suletta would need 2 instances of it. Tamaki would need 3, so we can have Suletta take damage first. Right, do like this. We'll get a bullseye off L. Right, we want her to take that damage so that we can heal her. And we can resupply her, and that will be enough to give her another Daunt. Yeah, that works. And we'll even move her more central in case, for whatever reason, we need to have more turns after this. Oh, had we been a little smarter, Tamaki has the ability to resupply, so could have done that. Oh, that's a shame. So, well, so much for that plan. Right, she's... Yep, well, we hecked that up. Okay, well, we can Unity for... Let's do that before we forget. Had I done that correctly, we would have been fine. But I don't think there's any way to recover from that now. Maybe not. No, hold on. If we can find a way to get Lacus to do damage, she only needs 2. But she has no post-movement, so do we have someone with charge? No. Andrew Woltfelt had snipe. But, okay, well, I guess we will just have to do this normally then. How does Domon do? We're so close, so many ways. Oh, Lilith does have 1. Glad I checked again. Oh, but guard's still active because we're still at 130, so we need to... I figured it out, but I didn't figure it out. Okay, Doman was doing more. He was like a 660. Yeah. Okay, so ultimately this is just going to take 2 attacks, and let's just accept that. And just move along. If we can make it, right, like if we can do it this way, that is preferable. Seeing as, it's the least amount of, we want to do the least most amount of damage. Giving us 80 will overcap, so let's give someone a cheer. Doman will do something that matters this turn. Hearts, SP supplement, and then blessing on the Dunbine. Okay, that's all set. Oh, being handed tactical standby is not bad. We can put that on one of our defensives. Or one of our supports, I mean. Okay. How is this shaping up? Okay, so this is definitely... Yeah, we're looking hot here. Man, I really wanted to kill the other boss. We weren't quite close enough. So it's just a matter of whether or not we can get these down. I also forgot that we fired a little too fast on the Grid Knight, because we can't use its support attack now without losing all of those buffs we just put on it. I don't hate this. How far away is Cross? Oh no, Cross can get in here and do plenty. Right, like we can do this, and then we can take the support attack off of the Rising Gundam. And that's still lethal. Good. We will need to give her accuracy, but that's fine. We can do that. Because I think she even has her own bullseye. Yeah, I think Rain is worth it in the early game just because having a healer in the early game is good. But I don't think she really holds up. As soon as you can get the repair parts to put on somebody, or just anyone else who natively has healing, I think you drop Rain. At least as far as like quality support goes. Like you maybe what you were supposed to do is you were supposed to train her as a healer first, and then like pivot her into like a secondary combat character, like give her some more supports to like do the ultimate bullseye rising arrow more often. Like that could I could very easily see that being the intended play pattern. Okay. Again, I would let's try and give that kill to Lelouch if possible. We are out of energy here, so we can at least resupply. That's at least a relevant resupply we've got. Oh, we're even doubling here too. That's even better. And if we take damage, oh well, so be it. Okay, this is lethal now. We may as well get a game. Okay, I'm gonna save this just in case this triggers anything. We'll deal with this one first. Have Domon punch this. Surprisingly, this is not lethal from Domon. Which is perfect, because then this should be. Oh, it's just shy. Okay. Can you do damage in a way that is not lethal? Yes, you can. I don't want to do just 930. I worry that that's probably not enough, right? Because I think that's going to add more defenses than it's going to take HP away. But we'll see. Oh, no, I was wrong. Okay, great. Sorry, that was probably rather gross. We also should not have cheered there, or blessed there. That's a shame. No, it's fine. No, because the Dynazemon still has Fortune on it natively. That's good. Disrupt, and that's probably whatever. We want this. We want having the Gekko Sui having snipe is good. It's just I would rather have it on Lelouch. It makes more sense for it to be off of C2, but we just like already have a very dedicated use for her SP. So what level you can heal the Dynazenon. Hopefully that doesn't take away damage by accident. We still have a couple of other damage dealers, though, if necessary. And who's higher, Koji or Callan? They're the same. Let's heal Callan, then. Let's rock. Oh, no, we can spend assists. Astonage is not a max level, but I don't think I care about that as much. Yeah, I think we'll, given also how we've been playing recently, I think we're gonna switch these around a little bit next time. Right, we'll take Astonage and Freya off. Just because I don't think Freya is actually mattering to Hayate. I would check, but I can't. But I guess as compensation, I will. We can also just buy an extra point of skill. But I think we'll be fine because we're largely we pretty much didn't need to use second attack. Other than for the, like, 33,000 and HP enemies. As long as we're allowed to get the Gekko Sui buff. Sick. For as good as Hayate is, still getting 40k damage is rather impressive. Oh, sorry. I try to, like, censor this. I try to, like, get my mic off first. My allergies are so, like, really aggressive. Give me a second. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, folks. I'm just not designed to be on the microphone, I don't think. Okay, so we should be on chapter 6 now, right? We are on chapter 6. Okay, cool. That means a lot has happened. I am interested to see whether we got to, like, keep that woman Izana. I don't think so. I suspect she doesn't have a unit. Yeah. I think she's more like a plot character rather than a mechanics character, which is fine. Well, okay. I wasn't sure, like, it's possible that she seemed like the kind of character that they might just throw on as an extra, an extra sub-pilot for, like, the A admin or something. Or like, maybe even for the Lunadrak, right? That, like, she sits in the cockpit. Or that she, like, is digital and fuses with the cockpit. I don't know. That's what I get for not, like, actually having, like, read the story. There are so many of these training battles. Good gracious. Why is that not letting me scroll through those easily? Okay. But here's something I want to check. Oh, yeah, okay. So because I didn't do this, it is just skipped over. Interesting. That's fine. I don't mind. Okay, cool. But first, let's give it a pause. We've been going for 2 hours. This feels like a good time to stop. Seeing as a lot of things, or not stop, pause for a second, because we got to talk about a lot of stuff. A lot of things are going to change. We got some updating to do with this intermission, and then we also talk about, now that we're in chapter 6, future stream plans. So yeah, go to the bathroom, get some water, get some snacks. If you've not taken your medicine yet today, please go do that, and I will see you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay, I am returned. I hope everyone got something tasty. I grabbed a miniature Snickers, which is not like, it's good. I was eyeing up some soft pretzels that I have after my board game day on Saturday. That are probably going to be a snack after stream. Right, first let's switch all this stuff over. And see what we want to customize. I didn't immediately fire, because I am debating maybe we put some points into, like, Man, Koji even has stuff in weapons, so I was really hoping that we were going to see these, like, were not fully maxed out, but no, they are. Yeah. Just I guess we could start doing the Majin Emperor G, but, like, probably not at this point, right? Yeah. I guess we could do more energy here. That would feel a little bit comfier, but we don't need to, though. There's a world where we don't need to, so don't bother. That's silly. Okay. Let's go up to skills again. I guess first let's figure out the Echika situation. So we are 10 SP short on Echika. We only get 70, so that's going to be what? We need X times 1.7 equals 10, so 10 divided by 1.7, right? Oh, no, not point. Hold on. No, it's divided by 0.7, not 1.7. Yeah, so we need to add 14 and a wee bit onto Echika. So for our purposes, 15. So can we get 3 levels of SP up? Yeah, we can. That's like not... Yeah, that's fine. Which gives us 1 more point of assist. And it's not like investing here is a waste, right? Like if we eventually catch up to that in levels, we will still... That's still more SP that we are getting. So, like, that will still be more ultimately SP. And I, like, any pretty much any value on her is, like, a crucial threshold just for some, like, other effects. Right, like, I know, I've been told that there's, like, an 80% or a 100% restorer and a 20% off and a 50% restore, and like any threshold we can get to with her will probably synergize with one of those well. Right, we want to see if we can increase his... Oh, it's break morale limit that we need to do this. We can do that. That works. But is that better than just more range damage? I don't think it is. I guess first we're going to buy 1 skill up so we can take Freya off comfortably and still have basically the same parameters we were looking at before. And then do this for ranged up. Okay. Yeah, I think that seems good to me. We can give someone else tactical. I guess let's give it to Fa. That sounds good. Who else would tactical matter on? I wonder if this works on subpilots. Let's put it on Ciela and see if this works on subpilots. Guard, Lucky Star, Persist. I guess we could... What does Fighter Spirit do? Oh, starting. Okay. I guess we could also put the potential parts. Aren't they in here somewhere? Yeah, they are. We could give Hayate potential. That's fine. He would value having that. right? That is increasing our crit by a relevant, not relative, a relevant amount. All right, let's go back and grab these now. I am pretty delighted that we don't actually get to like get every point in this grid. I think that's good. I think that's a good choice. I will say, as much as we like belly ached about this at the beginning, I do think this is like a really good and interesting system. Is it implemented perfectly? Probably not. But I would definitely love to see this particular form of STG memory come back. Okay, let's save. So, as I said a couple of episodes ago, though I'm not actually sure how much longer this is going to be anyway. Now that we are into chapter 6, we get to adjust the streaming schedule. And then this is, I think, going to be the stream schedule pretty well indefinitely into the future. Just because I don't want to like feel like I'm getting burned out. Right? Like I don't want to have another stream like yesterday where I'm like mostly just complaining. So on Sundays and Thursdays, we're going to be playing our quote main game. Whatever, I'm going to be playing something new, something I've not played before. So for our purposes, this is how we're going to be finishing Y right now. And then in the future, oh, it's like another kaiju. And then in the future, it'll be whatever our like new game we're going to be playing is. This is also very promising. Hopefully we will get access to another form of the Dinosaur. Though it doesn't look like it because it's also just like sitting here. Who are we not getting, seeing as we have an extra deploy slot? That's unusual. Hold on, yeah, well, we'll pause that thought once I figure out who we're using. I guess we'll use Atherin. Just because we kind of have parts on him already. Speaking of, though, I think there were some part situations that I did not have quite correct. Which is namely, I mean, these aren't going to go on anybody else, but no reason for that. Where's... Because I deployed them already, we can't customize them. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, we need to put extra movement on Lacus. I think was like the biggest thing. It's going to change on him, but you just... I thought we already had a Prophoton Kernel. There was something that was like plus energy. Was it plus 40 energy plus 100 attack power? So that's just like an upgrade from that. Is a Prophoton chip? Oh yeah, I mean, if we can give the Dinosaur more power, I will not complain. And speaking of that, because we were like so locked into how we were previously working, I have like not thought about this a lot. But like, the Getter probably doesn't need the bionic armor. If we could find, like, if we had more damaging parts, that would probably help. But I don't feel like we need to so much. We are also getting so many kills. It would be really heckin' sick if we could get Hayate without the Soldier's Medallion. If we could like get ways to get him some extra morale. This also gives a move and doesn't say that it gives a move, which is... Oh, no, this doesn't give a move. It's something else is on him. Right? I remember talking about this before, that if we like drop some amount of move, we drop more move. Yeah. We are definitely losing out on some amount of potential damage there, but we're also dropping, like, what? We got like 30 kills last chapter, and that's 500 per. So that's what, 15,000 extra money? That's actually, that would have been good before, but that makes so little difference right now. I think we're just gonna leave it. Okay. Because it's not like we don't actually need any more money. We could probably beat the game already. Oh, Dante's back, of course. Nagante's here. Oh, we don't get to see the kaiju, so okay, yeah. This is definitely... We're definitely going to be having some other characters. This is going to be not the final situation. You go back here. Oh, sure. They didn't do that like fully in perspective of the camera, but that's okay. Oh, nope. Maybe this will lead to another Dynazad on stage? I'm willing to do the side stuff if it gives us more Dynazad on stuff, but like... Really? Guys, this is nothing. Why even have this stage? And like if you're like thinking to yourself, well, for the story, you aren't reading the story. Like, I would prefer if they just had a story mission. If they just were like, yep, this is just for the story. Because old games used to do that. Where the only thing that would happen was you just like went through cutscenes, and that was the whole of the thing. That would have been cool, but okay. Yeah, see, now we get to do that like immediately. Yeah. And then we can... That 50 is not going over. Great. Cool. Let's go to town. Oh, well, hold on. Gotta turn the animations off. Oh boy, that was a lot of XP. Okay. I guess some numbers are about to become inflated. Yep, we're all set. The jump in XP is noticeable. I see now why. I think it was 151. I don't remember what the first letters of his name were. But he was on the other day with us. He had said that he got to 99 at the end, and I was like, probably not. But I see now why. Let's see if we can analyze the Gante, and if we can take that out now. I guess we just do both. Is that lethal? That is. Great. Okay. Given this, we should probably also be figuring what all these are going to be doing. So we have enough for 2 excels. This is worthwhile to me. Right, trying to grab someone over here. Okay, or not necessary. So I guess we didn't need to use charge. That's fine. Right, but like this and then analyze. That's just shy. Okay, we'll chip that with somebody. Like, Cross, no, here, Athrun doesn't do anything. And also doesn't reach. Cross can do that. Seeing as he's so far away. I think it's kind of lame how uh, levels are handled in this game. It's like so arbitrary to like hit certain breakpoints for EXP. I don't like it. Okay, so we can go here. Right, we saved this for this combination. This is not yet lethal, so we want to get to the dynamic cannon, which, despite being a cannon, is melee. I don't get when I don't understand and I don't like when they do that. Like, don't just hand me the good stuff. Okay, this will work. Then we have a Zeal because we combined. I'm just trying to figure out a way to like get him over to Dante. I would rather do it now than later so I don't mess it up. Right, like we can go here. I think we're just going to use Galma's charge again. I was very critical of the charge at first, but like it's worked out a lot better than I expected. Why is this? Oh, just because that +5 defense? Okay, sure. And I guess because it's in the water. Yeah. But his role in the meantime as a sub-pilot has made that charge matter a lot more. We're like there's practically nothing on this map, so we can use a cookie pretty safely, I think. And then this is keeping us in range for Dante now. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these left at least. Yeah, this is worthwhile to me. Okay, how much is Dante looking like? So we can just one-shot Dante easily. Right, because we are at. Yep, this is final conditions. We want to smash. Spirit, that's still scaling up more. We want to double that. And that's a one-shot. Excellent. I guess we aren't going to get to see whether how the SP situation with Cielo works. Okay, so we know. You know what? Let's just do this now because even if this like, clears the scenario, right? It says destroy all enemies, but sometimes in the past this is like made enemies retreat, right? Like if they take all of the little Cthulhu's with, then whatever. Cool. New Super Alloy Z. Valor and Gain. We have a Valor all the time now, but also, right? Yomogi gave us Valor, which is sick, but he also already has so much he wants to be spending, and the fact that we can't put abilities on him is like kind of bupkis. Right? Like I want to give him skills, like give him SP up, but that's fine. We can figure out other ways to do it. Okay, so that's okay. I guess that means everything's sorted then, assuming we can kill a Kadora. Yeah, okay, we're done then. Great. So now it's just about giving stuff to everybody else if we want to, which I guess why not. I would like the Getter to get this, seeing as he needs to get some kills. Domon can take one of these out for free. Right, but we should also be cheering literally all of these attacks. Spirit. Here's a Bless. Yes, this looks good. Intuition's good if late. Who else can do something that matters? Kira. Charge. That's lethal. Just don't even think about it too much. We do still have the ability to pull any of our supporters for or support units forward if necessary for getting the Siegfried back together if we need to. But I think we'll end up being okay. We probably don't need it. Okay, yeah, we can take this one out with the rest of our generic team, but like the rest of our non-souped up team. We don't need Daunts, so Tamaki's also just on EXP duty. Let's give that. No, let's. Oh wait, hold on. No, let's give that to Sho, because we have a benchmark we need him to reach again, which is Aura level 7. Which I suspect we probably would have reached had we used him the way we're using Hayate, but he just like needed a press to see that. Also, he got stuff and I didn't pay attention to it. He's Aura power level 6 now, and he's got Crush. I think I saw that he got a Spirit too. But I still think Xion is not a worthwhile character. It takes too long for him to get online, and getting Battler like most of the way through Chapter 5 is just not worthwhile. Which is not to say that like he's not gaining something of value. Like he's still decent, but I think there's better things that could have been happening. Probably level 40. There's better things that could have been happening in the meantime to make me want to use him more. Okay, we can pull these units forward. Because then we have healing here. Which I guess is going to be understated for a minute. While the rest of the team is catching up in levels. That's fine. We want her to take damage for Rain. But the fact that none of our healers get Excel so far has been definitely less than ideal. Just in case something goes wrong, let's get this set up correctly. Separate. Yeah, we're not close enough. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I think everything else is too far away, so now it's just up to Hayate. It's just up to Hayate. Oh no, whatever will we do? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess let's take out the Gante first, because this is the only one that poses, like, actual threat to us. Did we analyze it already? Why are we not killing this one the same way? I guess we've just destroyed too many other things that its morale is like just over the cusp, right? I'd rather daunt it than waste the extra turns. Yeah. Search. I don't have to search. I know who has it. Let's see if just one will do it. It's probably pretty close to dead, seeing as we killed the other one fine. Yeah, it's probably pretty close. We have been pressed. We need to be cheered. And this is definitely one of the ones that needs to be giving a fortune. Where are you? There. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think anybody has Blessing that's a main pilot, right? We'll look in a second. Man, Hayate's gonna be so overleveled, which is perfectly fine with me. Because I think we're gonna have plenty of assists left over that we could be using, like Miralia or Mari on them. Bless. Oh, what am I saying? Obviously, Ciela has it. We literally just used it on her. So stupid. No wonder no one came to watch the stream today when I'm saying dumb stuff like that. Good gracious. I guess let's just like go over here for now and just work our way the other direction. Work our way back left. That works fine. Okay. Yeah, we'll calc better next. We'll calc a little bit better once we are empty on Hayate's SP. But we can figure out exactly how many blessings we have left then. Spirits. Blessing. Cheer. 1, 2, 3. Right, I'm doing it the wrong order. I guess we can end on the water one so that we don't have to like worry about spending energy then, right? Yeah, I think we're ending on the water one. Spirits. Press. Cheer. Okay. There are 12 enemies remaining. We have... Actually, no, sorry, no. We should do this post this. Oh, but there's 2 in the water, though, so, okay. No matter what, we're gonna have to hit something in the water. And thus, like, take a hit somewhere in here, which is fine. Yes, here... So every 5th one of these, we're also producing an extra blessing. Assuming we don't accidentally go over. I don't think we're going to. I don't think it's going to work such that we're going to go over. Yeah, no, because we'll have... Yeah, we will not. We will not. This is all good. I guess if we just crit it first, then it doesn't matter either. That works out. Okay. All right, so we have no presses left now. We have this turn, which takes out 1. Then we need 10 turns remaining. Right now we have 8 in the tank from the assists. Which I guess actually let's just burn those now so we have those where they're going. Okay, so we've regained 8 turns. Every 6 turns is 1 more, so we have 9, which means we have 10. And we're also already full. I think that means the rest of our presses can go to Ciela. At least is how I'm going to play it for the immediate future. But just still using each one of the same. Like, well, I guess no. This is still the correct way to do this, right? Do each one individually, and then if we need to, we can like not fire on her to make sure we have enough turns left. I will keep using the cheers as long as we have them, but I don't feel the need to grab the cheers as much just because we're gonna if this is what EXP progress looks like right now, we'll probably get plenty from the future maps, right? One, two, three, four. I guess in this case, it's like worthwhile counting it out. Can I do this with 1, 2, 3? I can do this. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Let's go with this side just to give us max movement. Next action. All this is set up correctly. Okay. Spirits. Alright, now that's done. Press. Yeah, so we're out of cheers now. I think everything else is just going to money. Which I guess maybe we care about that. No, because we were exacting a lot of this damage. I was gonna say maybe we care about that 15,000, but I think the consistency is a little more. Yeah. Right, but I guess to return to what I was saying earlier about like the positivities for this game, those little things feel like they're ways I could be optimizing, which does make me like want to play the game again, just with that in mind from the start. You know, I feel like if we hit level 50, we should probably get something pretty good. I feel like I deeply miscounted this. I thought we were going to have more of these done than we do, but that's fine. So I guess we will stop using those blessings then. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay, hold on. This is... We have this turn, and we have enough for 6 more. So actually, no, we are going to keep using blessings, because that's now all of the assists we need to... or all the presses we need to, like, to end the scenario. Though I think we were also out of... No, we are not. I think that was also... I think we wasted some, but let's see. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay. We might even be able to get off another cheer if we wanted. We can finish off here now. This is our most leftwardly. Okay. So the fact that they gave only 200 now, I think maybe makes it probably not worth it. Okay. While we're finishing this up, I also started talking about anime versus manga. I feel like I did not finish that conversation enough. I would say, in general, I would prefer manga to anime. But I am tired of it being like you have to pick one, like it's a versus kind of attitude, right? Like that's not helpful and not constructive. But I'm also so tired of I'm tired of it from both directions, right? I'm tired of people acting like you have to pick one and they are just unhelpfully descriptive. But I'm also tired of people like trashing on people for saying that the manga is better. Like it is worthwhile thinking about the way like the medium in which by which you are consuming your media. There are important things happening. There are important things happening based on the choices of well, this probably wasn't necessary, right? Because we got 2 more of these. It's fine. Yeah, we're good. There are important things happening based on like what kind of media you are using, and I don't think that should be understated, right? So I really like Hunter x Hunter, and 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that is an example of a series that benefits from having both interpretations. I think both the anime and the manga are doing things differently, and differently enough that I would say, if you are really invested in this series, if you really enjoy what you are seeing, it is worthwhile for you to probably do both. I'm like continuing to miscount with this press situation. I'm not sure why. But it's fine. Oh, I guess because we don't actually... No, this was a waste. We don't need to press here because there's only 1 enemy left. I guess is how I was messing that up. Okay. Is there anything else we can do? I don't think so. How close are you to anybody? You are not within reach. You are not within reach. I guess we can do this, because she can resupply. That was a considerable amount of experience. Right. Oh, we also never changed over our assists. We'll do that after this mission. Right, but I think both are worthwhile. I think trying to consider the difference between what a book offers versus what a TV show offers. Right. We also need to look at what Neutron is. The most obvious example being that a TV show keeps pace. It always is pushing you forward. Whereas any text you can pause and stop and reflect on. Percent of max HP, start on phase, higher morale increases armor by increments of 50. Oh, that's cool. I don't think that's going to help with anything, right? Like, no one really needs that, and the best possible situation for us for defense is them being dead instead, but that's fine. So we need a blue and a red. Okay, hold on. We could drop Cookie. Pick up Nia and Keen for red. Pick up Ropit for green to save it. Like, maybe we use Analyzes then. It is a lot of assist, but maybe. And then we pick up a blue. Here's where... Let's grab Jeremiah and Anya. They have Pierce, which probably isn't what we're going to be using, but that maybe bodes well for what their passive is going to be. Just like any way to get extra damage. Yeah, let's try it and see. But yeah, so thinking about like, right, Hunter x Hunter is a series that is very good for both pausing and reflecting and thinking about what's happening, analyzing not just what is happening in the panel, but how that motion relates to previous panels and where those panels are in relationship to each other. I think there's a lot of really interesting things you can do with looking at fights. Oh, hold on, we can fix this now. I didn't forget this. Oh yeah, she doesn't have anything on her. Let's go to grade and just see what... who has the Cyclone booster right now. Oh, we can take this off of Xion. He doesn't need this. Yeah, he can get something else. The Haru's a little bit wasted. She's got Blast Boost. That's a little bit wasted on Cross, too. So, sure, let's do that. Okay. We gotta customize Cross and somebody else. We'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure we got some. There's some extra damaging parts somewhere in here. I mean, that's also not the worst. At the very least, we have that extra +1, the plus 100 damage that we had on the Dynazenon before. I think Hero Monthly is going to go on Xion. But oh yeah. So being able to pause and reflect and think about what sorry, no, I did that already. No, I remember where I was. We want to consider like the panel work in relationship to whatever else is happening. So there's a lot of fight scenes where like attacks will leave the panel and others will stay like locked in place, and the ones that leave the panel typically are the ones that are like more impactful, more meaningful. If you are like counting the ones that hit in quotes, the ones that leave the panel typically are the ones that count, whereas the ones that are staying within the frame, within the boundary of the panel work, are typically the ones that are like blocked or negated somehow. And like that's just like a very cursory read of it. You could do a lot more with it beyond that, and I think that is extremely cool. I think very few other series can like make that claim. At least like that specifically, right? There's plenty of other series that will do something like that, but maybe not that specifically. I guess this isn't like what this is. This is light spoilers for Hunter x Hunter, but it's really early on, so I guess if anything I've said as generic as it has been makes you want to watch the series or read the series, and I really think it is worthwhile. I think if you are someone who likes anime or manga, you are doing yourself a disservice by not participating in it, and you're doing yourself a favor by getting at least one of them, if not both of them, under your belt somewhere. But our main character Gon fights one of the villains, Hisoka, and it is sort of a like coming of age testing moment for him of one of many, and Hisoka presents this like overwhelming, unstoppable like crisis of identity, because he is so hard to. It's so hard to even touch him and begin to try to like quantify or think about what it is that he is capable of. So to try and see Gon push himself to be able to like actually actively make an impact on the fight is communicated really well, just with like the follow through of actions. I think I've said this in reference to this channel before, Why do we have one fewer morale this time? That's interesting. Oh, we were getting right because Freya was giving us one starter. That's fine. 3 is 1. I guess we want to try and save Yomogi if we can help it. I don't think we can, unfortunately, because we want to hit over that 170. That's fine. We're going to do the same thing we did before. And we also need to use his Excel. Yeah. Valor's good on him, just like not in the very specific, not the very particular way we are using him. Right, then we need to charge for the dynamite cannon. I just want to get him as close to, I want to get him as close to Hadias as possible. I know we're not ending on Hadias, but you know, we can do our darndest. Charge. Someone's revving their engines. Give me a second, folks. Sorry, I'll be right back. No, everything seems fine. I just like to try and look out for my neighbor. She is a sweet old woman. She's not even that. She's not even that. But she's like elderly-ish. And some stuff has gone wrong with her house recently. I just want to make sure she's okay. But it seems like it's fine. I think it was just someone on the road and just happened to echo weirdly. Okay, so we need to get someone else up here also. This is what I was talking about before. I don't know if I explained really well, but like, because there are so few enemies, we are probably pretty safe to spend some of our. Oh no, we're not one-shotting these. Okay, or no, we're not one-shotting these. We're also not doubling these anymore at the moment. That'll be fine though. He'll catch up because of he's down on levels. But we can like use. We can use like Nia and Keen these presses for this, and we don't have to worry about spending them on getting presses onto Hayate as much because there's just fewer enemies. And then that means we can like get Domon. It was this one. That means we can get Domon more forward also. I guess here is the same because we're more left. Yeah, I think this works out fine either way. But yeah. So one of the things with martial arts is a crucial element that I learned with martial arts was there are 3 ways to strike. There is to like attack and then like punch and then pull your hand back immediately, like with the intention of not following through. Yeah, this works. Though we're not doubling him, so that's a bit of a problem. 244, how off are we? 231. Oh, rather, okay. Okay, that's fine. He's also not been daunted, though. I'm not sure how much daunt I want to spend, knowing that he's not the final. He's not our final boss. Okay, but these 2 are in position to be able to hit him, which is what I wanted. And then we can start having Hayate stomp the rest from here. You can just strike and leave your hand there, what we described as aiming at the target. And then you can also follow through. And typically what you want to do is follow through, like aim through the target. I like to just I like to describe that approach for just like anything you want to do, right? Like if you're trying to set a goal for yourself, if there's something you want to accomplish. One of the worst things you can do is set your goal exactly as to accomplish it. Right, so, there, perfect. So like, for instance, right now, if final conditions. Do we get to keep the Blackadder this time? Nope. Maybe after the scenario. He looks roughly the same. But we gotta deal with all of this. Is Toenko weak like he normally is? Yes, he is. Okay, cool. So we've got a lot more beef on the table now, which is maybe going to be a problem. In terms of like turn economy with presses and all that. That's fine. We're still not at max, so we'll probably need to do both of these. So let's just grab both of these now, and then with these kills, I think we'll have enough morale that we are going over the Kidora's HP. But right, so I've said a couple times that 1, 2, 3, 4. I am no 1, 2, 3, 4. Up here is better, so we can be further away from these ones. I am forestalled on some of my progress with trying to catch up on the anime that are relevant for this series, for Super Robot Wars, I mean. Because I have been in a writing challenge with some of my friends, and a lot of them are setting like word goals that they have for a day or for a week or for we're doing it for the whole month. And like I certainly don't begrudge them this, right? I do understand why for people that a goal like that is helpful and valuable, but I have intentionally not set a goal, or I've set a goal that's so far beyond what is reasonable. So a lot of people are setting like 30K or 50K words for the month. Where in my mind, I just put a 0 on the end of whatever everyone else is saying. So if they're saying 30K, I'm saying 300,000, which is like probably not going to be reachable. But that's the point, though, is if I aim for 30,000 words, I will probably just scratch 30,000 by the end of the month. But if I think, okay, 300,000, I'm going to find more ways to push myself to the like absolute limit. And like, it's a tool. You don't always have to do that, right? Thinking about that intentionally is really important. But like the fact that that was not the most cogent description of that philosophy, but that was also not like the most simple of philosophies to explain, is so succinctly wrapped up in amongst some like panels, is I think why the manga is well worth your time. But to that point, then the reverse of that is having it animated and having it be so dynamic. A lot of the fights are relentless, and not just because it's like heavily action. There's a lot of intelligence to the combat. I think I think you're probably comfortable to say that pretty well every fight that happens is already a foregone conclusion. You are more watching to find out how it's going to play it. Which feels like that could end up being like deeply disappointing to watch, but I promise you it is well worth it. So to have the like constant pressure of a show that is moving to like keep that pace up, and like if you want to sit and reflect on like, okay, how did this work? Why did this work? Why do these abilities function this way? Why do these abilities not? How do I think this is going to be, like, how do I think these abilities are going to be used in the future in this fight, and also just, like, as a precedent set for the series? You can do that with manga, and you can't do that with TV. I mean, you could theoretically pause it, but I think the intended version of the medium is not, that is not part of the conversation. And I think that is worthwhile, because even at his best, our protagonist, Gon, is like well and truly out of his depth. He is a child in a world of adults, and he does not have the luxury of time or space or the ability to fully grasp the situation that he is always in. So having a 1, 2, 3, 4. So having the medium push you in a way that does the same thing to you as Gon is approximating, is, I think, a really strong success of why that anime 1, 2, 3 is a good example of when it's like, no, the manga isn't better. It's good. They're both good. They're just different, and they're both important. I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but it also just occurred to me. If we can get the doll onto, if we put the doll onto Hayate in place of the soldier's medallion, if we can find a way to fix his morale another way. We're also getting way more presses every time he's moving, right? If he's got 11 move, that's 11 SP every action, or roughly 11 every move. So every 2 or 3 of these, if we can find a way to give him a little bit more move, we can do it every 2. We're getting back another press, which the economy on that is absolutely bonkers. I think let's try and set that up for next mission, because that's just so good. That saves us a lot of assist blanks. If he could be independent, if he could get back 13 SP every attack, if he got 2 more moves, if we could find a way to give him 2 more moves somehow. Actually, we can give him 1 more because of infighting. I did say that was going to matter. That does give us infinite. Or not infinite presses. Every 2 turns is actually. Sorry, hold on. Well, that was awful. Okay. Hi, sorry, I'm back and not dead. Yeah, every 2 turns is actually 3 turns. Yes, this is good. I think we can set in over here now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah. So I think if you are used to manga just as the comic book version of your favorite anime, you are missing out on a lot of really good stuff that is happening. Like Vagabond, for instance, is an example of something that is equivalent to actual fine art. There is no reason that it should be treated as anything less than artistic masterpiece. So looking at it, appreciating the time and ardor and struggle going into every single drop of ink that crafted that line work is, I think, part of that story and worth seeing. I mean, I'm not going to be the first person on the internet to tell you that JoJo's Bizarre Adventures is good and popular. And, for a reason. That art's in the Louvre for a reason. Go look at it. The difference between the JoJo anime and the JoJo manga is also like night and day. Again, another example of something that's, I think, it's a both and situation. But the difference in coloration, the value of color that is given in the manga is such an important part of that series' identity. Especially if you like fashion. I can't imagine with how much I talk about non-normative concepts like queerness that you would still be here and you didn't like trying to understand the queer experience. But that JoJo's is aggressively gay, if you had not noticed. Can we drop? I think daunting Hadias matters more than daunting Toenko. Though I think we probably get to do both. We just should do that now if we can. Um, let's see how much of a difference that made. Because we're now at, he's now at -20. Yeah. An amount. Hey, let's check this out. Late but hello. Hello. You got here at a great time. We're talking about. I feel like I did not finish up the conversation about anime and manga really well. I was just talking about JoJo's, or I'm just starting in on JoJo's and how the like way color gets used. And oh right, yeah. So one of the like interesting elements, if you're not as much into fashion or if you're much into the design of things, you might necessarily miss this. But in JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, almost every pose that the characters do is pulled from like fashion art pose magazines. Like a lot of lookbooks are involved in Araki's design choices, and regularly, pretty well consistently always, characters that normally are acting as a pose, their gender has been swapped in JoJo's from the lookbook to just someone that is not who was doing it originally. And I think frequently that change also gets expressed through color by having like canon colors for characters, and then in these moments of like fun art change, just like cover stories, or thank you for pulling these forward. That's actually useful. I think, maybe not. In cover stories or in these like unique standout panels, color gets used to like very, very well communicate that there is an important change happening here. My two biggest arguments for people to read the manga is Tokyo Ghoul and Bleach. Lose those two series are so vastly different anime that IMO drastically lowers their quality. Yeah, that is like, I mean, Tokyo Ghoul is perhaps one of the most egregious examples. I will put to you Tokyo Ghoul and Dead Man Wonderland are part of the same conversation. You literally cannot make more of Dead Man Wonderland. Not that I don't think... I would love to see more of it. I love that series. But they just actively, fully removed a character that is a main character, but wasn't a main character for the first two arcs. So when the anime adapted it, they were just like, this character doesn't matter. We don't need to include her. And then she's a main character for future arcs. They're like, well, she was supposed to be in the background in a lot of these scenes, and she just wasn't there, so it doesn't matter now that she was a main character. Oh no, what do we do? In the same way that, like, if you're not familiar with the arc of Tokyo Ghoul, the anime that is just called Tokyo Ghoul does not adapt the manga fully. They had to, like, re-adapt the manga into a different season. In the way that Fullmetal Alchemist did, but, like, Fullmetal Alchemist did it at a time where the manga wasn't done, and the mangaka was like, hi, try to adapt it in a way that is not what I'm doing. Whereas here, there was, like, no excuse to it. It's very funny. Yeah, and like, Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece are, I think, in a slightly unique position because of, like, the role they're trying to fill by being this, like, gratuitous, like, massive, sprawling franchise, and there's, like, so much time given to having more time, you know? Right, we like, some of the value comes from just being able to say it's long, and that means there's a lot of filler. So yeah, like, and there's a lot of important elements to the Bleach manga that just get communicated poorly. There's like a whole section of the Bleach anime that feels like it also should be canon. I think it gets worked into the story decently well, that just also isn't canon. This is good. God, anime used to be weird. We were so confrontable just cutting whole characters or arcs. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why that was just how that worked out, but honestly surprised it didn't carry on further. Naruto's notorious filler complaint, IMO doesn't exist if you're a manga reader. Yeah, no. The second half of Naruto, if you've watched just the Naruto anime, not Naruto Shippuden, if you watch all of just Naruto, half of it is filler. Over half of it is filler. Like, once Naruto leaves with Jiraiya, all of that is filler and non-canon, and that doesn't happen in the manga at all. The difference is so dark. But I also have gone back and tried to reread Naruto, and oh yikes, it has not aged well. I forgot how so aggressively sexist it was. There's like so much boys rule, girls drool, like young child, like misogyny that's happening. It was very surprising. And like to the detriment of the logic of the plot, right? Like I think there's like things worth addressing in like a young boys manga that need to be a way to like be interpretable or like recognizable to young boys as like this is behavior that I might express to then teach and correct. Right? But this is like we don't send any of the female ninjas, children or adults, after the Orochimaru Sasuke situation, despite the fact that it's like the greatest, most direst threat to anything ever. We identify the fact that Orochimaru is actively a massive threat. If he's capturing a child, something is up, and we should be concerned about it, especially an Uchiha. And we're like, no, everyone's like got stuff to do, so like I don't know, just send some of the boys to go do it. It'll be cool, boy squad. And like it just doesn't make sense. Like we have adult women who would be perfectly competent in this position that probably would have stopped the situation from happening, and we just like don't send them. I guess maybe because anime was just always advertisement for the manga, while modern times it's more likely an anime will keep getting seasons and have a conclusion. Yeah, that is probably fair. That like the way it is being used, or like the value it has as like part of a franchise or part of a collective whole, or like part of a cultural movement, is just different now. In the same way that we've said a couple of times on this channel, the like, if you are someone who grew up with anime and manga for the US in like the 1990s and like the early 2000s, now knowing that my audience is international, I don't necessarily know where it's applying for like the same time period across the seas. But like you got to just have whatever there was available to you, right? So there wasn't this like, well, should I read the manga or should I watch the anime? Which is like, well, I would like to do more about this Japanese animation thing. I've watched all the shows that are available to me. I guess I'll start reading the manga now, right? Like, you just ended up doing both because that's all you had. So, and you probably picked them in preference of like which shows you liked, right? You'd probably still watch or read stuff that you didn't care for because it was still like good. It was still anime. But you probably were reading you were probably reading first the shows that you liked. You were probably watching first the manga that you liked. Although Promised Neverland, I remember having season 2 butcher whole arcs, which doesn't help the notion that series peaks with its first arc, which is pretty tragic. I have heard that. I not because of such criticism, but I did stop after season 1, and I never ended up going back to it. I also have I guess this is a pretty hot take. I have a strong take about Promised Neverland, that I think people are often missing a like C plot of what's happening in season 1. So if you've not watched Promised Neverland, it is sort of a survival it's sort of a survival show where kids are kept in an orphanage. I won't say much more than that, largely because I also don't remember a lot more specifics. But one of the like greatest pieces of criticism that is rendered against it is there are two like two female caretakers that exist in the like pseudo orphanage that they live in. And sorry, hold on. I first want to make sure we grab correctly with Lacus, then we'll continue that thought. How big a range is emergency retrieval? 6 spaces away. So we could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could be here and still grab the getter. I think this is worthwhile. Yeah. We can grab 1, 2, 3. I guess Suleta is probably better up close, so let's grab these 4. Yeah, we could have moved her further, but then we were getting too far away from everybody else. Like, it's a shame we didn't have Kira more to the left, but I guess I probably could have predicted better we were going to have characters on the left side. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so the amount of, or sorry, no, that's not how it starts. There are 2 like caretaker-like characters at the orphanage with them, and one is very much a caricatured stereotype. She is like the Mammy character. She has all of the hallmarks of the very racist depictions of the like slave / servant / like black person that needs to be educated because the white man knows Jesus, like styling that happened in a lot of the antebellum South. And like if that is just that, then like yes, by all means please criticize. But I think the element that we are missing though is like I've not heard anyone draw criticism against the other maid that is there, despite the fact that I would argue that she is also supposed to be a stereotype. She is the stereotypical like European like governess, that in fact she is engaging with a stereotype that is just one that we don't actually have a problem working with regularly, that we don't take umbrage with it the same way that we do conversations about racism, which for especially like I don't know how, again, I don't know how much this is happening in like non-American countries, but I understand why people in America, like why anime fans in America are like trying to be more thoughtful about it and taking more umbrage with it. But I think that we're trying to deliberately do something about like maternal figures. Maternal was the word I was looking for. I think we're trying to do something very deliberate about maternal figures and the way in which a child views like threat or love or care. Part of the problem with this woman's character is, and like when part of what is like typically the stereotype is like very animalistic qualities, that she behaves like a gorilla, and the way in which that we lean on stereotype to discuss how people are taught or learn to be afraid of other people. Like, stereotype is applied by someone to make a different person afraid of someone that they do not like, someone that they do not find is like valuable having around. So I think there is a conversation worth having in how that's being applied to, like, it's not just that these characters exist in a vacuum, right? Like, these are applied to kids, specifically kids who are, for like lack of a better word, sheltered by living in this environment where the only person they have known is the stereotypical governess, and are now being exposed to like a different form of stereotypical like caretaker. And I think you are supposed to use that stereotype and understand that, like, these kinds of like wholesale like summative assessments are always going to produce something that is like destructive, always going to produce something that is like untrustworthy. Because like ultimately the belief that the kids have about either of the two caretakers is not only actively heinous for them, but for how they relate to those individual women. But like both of them cause a great deal of suffering. And I dislike that it is how often it is overlooked, the way in which believing that the main maid that I've been calling the governess, how much it is overlooked that their trust in her about this like the kindly but then turned wrathful at the drop of a dime stereotype is like not addressed at all, because I think both of them need to work in tandem to talk about how like painful and how detrimental expectations gained not through understanding but through fear are when applied to people. We have some more dots in here. But we also can't go one day on this channel without having something to be said about, golly, isn't media literacy so hard for people anymore? So I'm can't say I'm surprised that if the show is doing that, if the series is doing that, it was not received well. Because like, I mean, I even struggled to like communicate that really effectively, and I don't even know if I did, and like I don't even know if I'm the person whose job it is to like talk sincerely about like racism and its presence in American media in particular, like in particular especially. And like also trying to look at the way in which like stereotypes of Black Americans are used in Japanese media is like also especially common. So there's like some amount of, I think there's some amount of cultural ignorance to it, because it is just a part of, I think we were talking about this the other day too, that like media, countries adapting media from other countries often will take elements that they do not realize, like they do not realize the full extent of what is being communicated through them, and it becomes so much a part of the cultural literacy of how that country interprets that other country. So like Japan interpreting America. Like there are definitely elements of stereotype that if you were not aware of how and why they were made stereotype, you would not necessarily read them that way if you were not if you're not familiar with the like culture and the literacy of that culture at the time. So especially when like the world was not as centralized as it is now, right? Like 100 years ago. I think it's very easy to start like parroting images of America going, oh, this is how they're making things, so I guess we'll make things this way because it's interesting or cool because we're copying America. Not understanding what it is that you're actually engaged in. So I think that's how we get a lot of these like really unfortunate representations of, oh boy, I wasted a lot of these blessings. Some really unfortunate representations of like non-white, non-Asian characters in anime in particular. Would not say that they are all bad though. Like I think that there's a lot of good and sincere work that is going into trying to be like cognizant of race and displaying ethnicity in a way that does not make you feel awkward saying the word ethnic, right? Though I do think Japan just has a very curious relationship with racism anyway. I think they kind of treat it as just being funny, because the number of times that like Japan will present media definitely not for Japan, but for an American audience especially, or just like a more Western audience that does just engage in stereotype about Japan itself, is like very curious to me. Like, Pokemon does this somewhat regularly. It's just like, what happened here? How did we get to this? This is so weird. Like, it's so weird that, you know, a country trying to sell itself off is doing this. Like, I understand why it would happen. I understand why it would happen. I just... This is also, like, a very... This is, like, the most brief, most tangent version of this conversation that is, like, worth having. It's, like, definitely something I like talking about, and I'm, like, vaguely qualified to talk about, but... it's, like, again, another, like... Oh, yeah, we don't get to keep going, of course not. It was, like, another C-plot of my time while living there. I was, like, really fascinated in, like, surveys of, like, local demographics and, like, Japan's population at the time and how representative it was. Like, Japan is perhaps one of the most racially undiverse, homogenous countries in the world. 95% of its population is Japanese. Of the remaining 5% of its population is other East Asian ethnicities, and then of that remaining 2.5%, that is the rest of the world. Like, it's Japan is aggressively racist, and like very intentionally so. One of my friends while living there, my friend was American, and his uncle was living in Japan for a long time. He is a citizen. He was a citizen. I mean, is a citizen. He still lives there. But he would repeatedly be kicked out of a lot of local places, especially like if he was going to do his taxes, or he was going to pay his mortgage, or he needed to like go get a loan for a car, or like local grocery stores. He would regularly get kicked out because he didn't look Japanese. Yeah, I think it's like fair to have conversations about race, especially about Japanese media, but like, golly, do we need to be thinking about what is being said and how it's being said, and that just because we are saying a thing does not necessarily mean that we are agreeing to it, right? We can say things for meaning beyond just the fact that we agree to them, you know? I feel like there was something else we needed to do in this menu, and I don't remember what it was. So I can't see a problem with just like pumping up Hayate's damage some more. I guess we could give Domon a little bit of skill. Right, because he was not quite doubling. Though I guess we could also just give him like more levels of second attacker, which I do think is worthwhile because he is like definitely still part of our boss killing team. I think we're just gonna do one level of it, and then we needed to clear 38, so we need to be at 48 to clear that. So this is, I think this is the amount that we need, right? Yeah, let's just say roughly that and call it good. No, we've got extra. Oh, right, I know what else it was. We wanted to buy another doll for Hayate. I guess we could just take the parts off of Daba. We could take, he's not really using this anymore. He doesn't take many turns. Is there anything that like this matters for? I guess it's like doing slightly more damage on the water, though I think we have some ranged damage ups. I do feel somewhat bad opening that conversation and kind of just dropping it, but I feel like also just like there's not enough time to like really do a good job talking through this though in this limited amount of stream, right? This is like a thing that you like can spend like months and years and decades on. Which is to say, like, I will probably continue to keep talking about it, but understand that this is like going to be an ongoing conversation as long as you keep watching me. It's the kind of thing that I think about like pretty much nonstop. But YouTube is such a hard platform to like be able to do that with, because it's just like it's not a conversation, right? I speak and you listen. Like you can message, like you can send comments and we can try and talk there, but it's not the same thing as like having a real conversation. And because these things are getting broken up, it's like, you know, it's hard to ask for like clarifying nuance, right? It's very easy to react if I said something in a way that is like, excuse me, confusing or conflating or convoluting, that like isn't actually like the intention of what I said. I don't have the opportunity of like going back and going like, here's what I actually meant by that. As much as like someone can just immediately read it and go like, no, the white privilege that you have is like not is stopping you from seeing why what you're saying is a problem, right? Like it's harder to like be able to do that because we're in this very limited capacity. Or who knows? Maybe if I do this enough, this is the thing that like just gets my channel removed, because that feels like kind of YouTube's MO right now too. Right. We don't need. I don't think more max morale is helping that much. We do want more starting morale though. Yes, that matters. Though I guess more max morale is not the worst. Oh, okay, that's cheap enough that I'm willing to buy in on that. And then another point of damage. That sounds good. Okay, digression over. We will table that for now. And actually, yeah, now, Control Room Guy, now that you are here, I have an answer for you about Kingdom Hearts 3. We were talking about Kingdom Hearts Worlds yesterday, and we were trying to debate, like, is there a unifying principle among them? And I do, in fact, think that there is one. So just, like, sound off in the comment form. Sound off right now for me, just to make sure you're still here, so I don't, like, start shouting this into the void. We are at 3 hours and 47 minutes, so let me jump. I guess we'll do like one of these. Yep, was just listening. Okay, perfect, yeah. That's fine. Like, I didn't need you to respond. Or about the other conversation we were having. I just, like, you know, sometimes you go, you go get food or something. But yeah, okay. So here's my premise. Here's my premise for KH3. I think that the unifying principle of all of the worlds is the mundane. Oh, we have to use the Lunadrac. That's interesting. I don't know if we can do this then. It's about the mundane. We are fighting to try to figure out, like, what we are fighting for. All of our KH3, I guess, like, KH3 spoilers, if you were interested in Kingdom Hearts. We are fighting with we're fighting on behalf of trying to reclaim all of our lost friends. Our allies are missing, and we want that to not be the case. We open with going to Olympus, a world that is regularly faulted in amongst Kingdom Hearts fans. The Kingdom Hearts 3 iteration specifically, because it is a world we have been to on many, many occasions. And I think I think us opening like that is the point, though. It is familiar. It is kind of mundane comparatively, because we're not seeing a lot of new. We're seeing a new version of how Olympus looks, but it is a space with which we are already familiar, and we sort of, quote, know the stakes a little bit, right? We have an investment in this world's continued existence, and we already have, like, some amount of emotional cachet stored there because we grew up with it, right? So we don't want to see it ruined. We don't want to see it destroyed. We want to see it protected. Then there is the toy box, the Toy Story world. We are going from the space of Andy's room with where we. Oh, cool. Okay, is this how we get Forte? I guess we have to keep her, maybe. Well, who knows? We really got to keep anybody. Is she in? She's just in the basic one rather than in the upgraded one. That feels probably right. Though she kind of honks. We go from Andy's room, again, a space that is familiar to a lot of us from growing up with these movies, and in a space where all of our characters are like, they are comfortable, they are literally at home, they are safe, and that safety is being invaded and violated by the incoming threat of the Heartless. So a lot of their actions are motivated by this like fear and want to preserve what they already know and what is like already dear to them. And then like ultimately we end in a like story about friendship and like a want to reclaim like lost friends. What's after that? We have, these don't have to be in order, I guess. We have Arendelle. The whole story of Frozen is all about like trying to regain normalcy. Elsa feels displaced in the world because she like can't live a normal life. So she is like actively, constantly trying to fight to be able to have that right back. Yeah, I don't think it's doable because of like where Cross is, which is fine. Well, we'll know this for future. We can like invest some levels into him, maybe. Right, yeah. So she is trying to fight for normalcy, and like a country's normal everyday has been thrown off because of her powers. The Fairy Tale Kingdom has the is like Rapunzel, couldn't think of her name for a second, whoops, is trying really hard to figure out like how she can live a normal life too. Like she knows that what she's experiencing right now is exceptional and in not a way that she values, right? Like she's like being stored and locked away. Situation is dire because her would-be mother has like kidnapped her basically. And she is trying to like go back to the life that she knew that she is like meant to have. We've got Monstropolis. This takes place after Monsters, Inc. So we already see Mike and Sully behaving, like performing their normal life once the company has been moved to a place of non-destruction, once they already have a like consistent relationship with Boo. And like that is being interrupted by not the Heartless, by the Unversed. Pirates, we're taking Jack out from the underworld. He's literally trying to return to his normal life. And there's also like an amount of, this is a little bit more with the movie, but like Davy Jones, it has corrupted sort of his role as being caretaker for the sea. So like ousting him from that position into ousting him from that position to like return some form of normalcy to how the ocean is supposed to be is definitely like part of a plot there. Are there any worlds that I missed? I feel like there's at least a world that I did not cover. We'll look at what all those do in a second. But in all these worlds also, there are sort of these like minor hub spaces that you get access to, and all of those are like when you see them, they're all very town based. Where like in Kingdom Hearts 2, some of your hubs are like bases of operation that they feel more combat like rather than about every day. Like KH3 is kind of renowned for having the first instances of characters that just sort of like freely walk around. The final dampener is pretty good. We'll take that. That's nice. I don't know who to put it on, but we'll take it. You probably don't need both of these, right? Yeah, I feel like we're misplaying with the parts on the Gecko Sui. But yeah, so yeah, I think that ultimately contributes to this feeling of like reclaiming what is lost. We know what characters are where characters are supposed to be, and most of our principal cast just isn't there. We need to get them back. So that is my posit for the collective of why the worlds in KH3 are chosen. Big Hero 6. I knew there's another word. The Big Hero 6 world is also absent from this, which is, but like again, the plot there is Baymax, his original combat chip has been co-opted by the forces of the organization, and that object in and of itself is an absence of normalcy. It is not Baymax's original. It's not like how Baymax was originally designed to function, right? Don't know if we can do all of these. I don't think we have enough presses to go around, right? Because 3 of these aren't attacking. Right? Like we can do another one of these. But we're still down that one at the top. This feels like we could maybe get this done with Hayate. Wow, that's a lot more than I gave them credit for. I was cooking last night. I tried real hard. But like, I think that is the thing with like media analysis that is like regularly derided as being like stupid and not worthwhile. Right? This like the meme is that like the English teacher is like trying to make more of the story than the like original author does. And like, sure, but like that's also kind of the point. Like you're allowed to interpret stories and you're allowed to interpret media for yourself where you are. A lot of these stories exist in a time period that they will not be read in. Like, I mean, even something as far back as the Mazinger, right? Like I spent a lot of time trying to argue about how the skeletons were working, but like that is still kind of framed around the modern conception of skeletons being a like normal, like everyday, early game video game enemy. 50 years from now, maybe that concept will be lost, and like that argument won't be nearly as sound. Right, like, Xion is not expressly called queer in Kingdom Hearts, but that doesn't change the fact that like you can read her that way. Also, him getting soul is probably pretty great for like keeping him consistent for killing bosses. That's excellent. But like that doesn't change the fact that like I am able to read her that way. I mean, like look at the characters from One Piece. Oda has deliberately said that he did not give a lot of thought to their ethnicity, and that does not change the fact that like a lot of Latino America countries, Latin American countries, that was rough for me. A lot of Latin American countries claim Luffy as feeling very Latinx. He is, I think Brazil is usually the one that has like the loudest voice about him. But like, lack of intention is not a reason, should not inspire within you a lack of motivation to try to read. The wheelbarrow, the wheelbarrow is always red. The wheelbarrow is always red for a reason. The curtains are always red for a reason. And if the media you're if that is not true for the media you are reading, have some more self-respect and read media that wants you to think that way. Also, I use the word I use the word read in a way that is not maybe how everyone is. Gain double credits and experience from combat stacks with the fortune. Okay. That's wild. Okay, that probably should be on Hayate. I wish there was a way to like, if it was like 1 million credits, I wouldn't care. Like, just some way to put extra parts on someone. Like, give me the ability to buy a part slot. So as good as the life-size Chum doll is, the product converter probably needs to be on the Siegfried, because that's so much extra money we are wasting without it. We've been able to do this without the life-size Chum doll, so I think you probably should have the life-size Chum doll on before you get this. But now that we have that, like, that's really stupid. We need to be doing that at all times. Oh, gracious. Let's do one more. I still feel like I want to be here. And like, control room guy, if you got some thoughts, I would love to hear them. But you're also having to just like sit and absorb. Right, because like ultimately I don't also think like I'm not right. I am just like doing my best to make sense out of what I got. I think it's close. I think it's worked for me pretty well, but I think in all of these things I'm not, you know, I've said this many times. Like I'm not the ultimate source of truth. You can do better than just listening to me. Oh right, we didn't look at all of these spirits. Okay, so what do we get? On Galma, we've got Love. Activates, what does it do in this game? Excel, Bullseye, Flash, Valor, Spirit, Gain, and Fortune. That's incredible. I know I read that really slowly, but I wanted to make sure I was like trying to internally clock what all of them were doing. Yomogi got a resupply. We were waiting for someone to get this. Yomogi has so many spirits we would like to be using on him, and not enough SP. What is Bonds? Restore 5,000 HP to all allies. That's pretty good. Drive, gain 30 morale. That's okay. This is really excellent on Koyomi. This frees up a slot for Yomogi so much. Okay, cool. That works fine. Let's go spirits and spirit. 3 as 1. KH3, I think people just write off for not having an overlapping theme in Worlds because they are so focused on how disappointed they were and assume there was nothing of value to derive. Internet is very all or nothing. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, if we can't immediately get like our satisfaction, if we can't immediately get like a satisfying answer, it's like, well, obviously there mustn't be one. We just, it can't be. But I also think, like, Kingdom Hearts is not a series of subtlety. I will gladly acknowledge. So, if you were expecting a series, if you're expecting the games to not have this like great level of subtlety to them, if you're used to being able to interpret them very cursorily, I also am not surprised if you're coming off as having I would not be surprised if you come off as like, if you come away from this going like, well, nothing of worth was said here, because it isn't just like because it isn't as in your face. Okay, let's see if we broke this in a way where Hayate is able to like do what he needs to do. No, unfortunately. Okay. So this is where it's actually probably good that we have the orange harvest here. Right, because this Pierce lets us skip. Yes, it does. The support defenses. Right, so we can Pierce here again. But we can also just, can we just do that next turn? Yeah, we've got plenty of turns to wade through this. So I think we just go here and then let the support defense take this damage. I guess it's not actually accomplishing anything though. So instead, why don't we just attack into we're just gonna attack into these. The fact that this isn't lethal is frustrating. Let's Soul. It's a little bit of a waste, but this should shoot that down. Yeah, we can still chain some more presses. Just because we want to build up morale now. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I guess build up levels on him. One, 2, 3. Nope. I guess we can just like hop back over here. This is fine. And then, yeah, this is now lethal because we've now gotten over 150. What do we got? We've got love. Okay, cool. Yeah, the farm ability at the end here, they're really like this is goofy how much they're jumping us up in levels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spirits, press. I guess let's see how this is doing now. We want to attack in the middle because if we can take out some of their guards, that's going to make next turn way easier. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the broken character is still broken. Oh, never mind. Okay, well, we could have kept going more, but that's fine. I guess our second attack chained in. Great. This is so silly. He was just at 35. He was just at 35. Sick. All right, let's see. Jeremiah and Anya, what you got for us? Plus 200% damage reduction and nullification of 2 damage reduction and nullification of barriers. Okay, so they're doing the reverse of what their spirit does, which is fine. Just probably not relevant for us. We can grab a different blue. We could grab Nika. No, let's grab Mikumo. Mikumo. Yeah, that sounds fine. He's level 66 now. This is so stupid. That's so cracked. Okay, well he's got, yeah, no. I don't think he needs anything else. I think we can start putting things other places. Good golly. If I just knew someone else had press. I know Char does, but like someone else had a 25 press. We're a little over time, so maybe I just hold this. Let's just, yeah, we'll just save this. I'll figure this out. I've got Tuesday and Wednesday to think about this. Save here. I don't want to break tradition. I got nothing else that's immediately going on other than just like working on this channel some more. So let's at least look at a unit today, and then we'll call it. We won't go through a lot. This is Resurrection. I don't want that. I want Recapture. Rosé of the Recapture. Okay. You can go in the middle. We can go to a main monitor. And I think we've looked at the Loki already. This was the, like, turret thing. Yeah, this was the turret thing. The full bout. Oh, boy. Okay, sure. Let's rock. This immediately, like, knee-jerk reaction, this immediately says boss. This feels pretty ultimate, especially given, like, Code Geass design. There is so much excess visual happening here, right? We've got so many spiky bits. This is taking up so much visual real estate. That this definitely says boss to me. But because of the nature of Code Geass, I would not be surprised if this was like #1 Chief Knight or like primary guard of boss, and that the boss is not actually going to be like a combat boss. It's going to be more like an outsmart boss. We still have these, like, this is still much more humanoid in visual. We have these shoulder analyzers again instead. So we're like still maintaining that kind of visual styling. We also have these like wheel tread roll up situations, but this is not how it was working before, where previously the wheel was on the back of it that would fold down, where now we have the wheel still positioned like how I was describing the things that I thought were generics. That is like in the back of the heel, like kind of like Heelys shoes. They're just Heelys. All the mechs are Heelys. But then we also have this, like, this is what I described when I was looking at the Camden. This like turret formation. I mean, it has the wheels in the back, but that the nature of it looks a little bit more like it might deploy its back elements to like brace itself. Where this to me also says that. I mean, we are like very subtly communicating something like hands or feet. Like these two look like toes or fingers. So like grabbing, but also the like, yeah, like it looks like it's designed to be a shock absorber. So maybe we like place this down. These definitely look like they are on arms. They could fold forward. We place this down. We put the shields in front of us. Energy shields are like really a big deal for the second half of Code Geass. So maybe these also like project energy on them, so this can like brace for like a nuclear impact. There's like a large Hadron Collider style cannon that they use every once in a while in the early game Code Geass. So maybe we're like trying to defend from that. The weapons sort of escalate too much. Like at the end of Code Geass, we're throwing around like the equivalent of nuclear warheads. So I feel like being able to block from that is like we've kind of jumped the mechanical shark. I hope that's not what we're trying to defend from. But even if we don't actually have to literally use it, the fact that this, I guess actually, yeah, here's an important part of the profile that I like should maybe have started with. This overall to me says defense compared to some of the other things we've looked at, right? Our most prominent elements are shields. They are pointed. I would describe this as aggressive defense, but still defense. It is a defender of the throne. It is a protector of the status quo. As opposed to, say, like when we looked at the Apollo or the Artemis, that like the thing that we were communicating was speed aggressiveness. So that we, like, the reverse of that is very much happening. We have big chunky limbs. Like these calves in contrast to, I guess we should probably keep both these open. I think it was the Sekka was the like default version of it, right? Yeah, like look at the difference between how spindly this is. We have exposed wiring, basically admitting that like our organs, our muscles are out in the open, our bones are out in the open, and like this robot looks like it goes to the gym. It is just a world of difference. So like if this is the big boss unit, we have like very good contrasting profiles. Like this can stand, I'm assuming this thing is also honking massive by comparison to the Apollo. Yeah. Like compared to the Apollo, this thing feels like it's going to be coming up to like maybe its waist, or like maybe it's like torso, but this is like this is easily going to be a head or two over our hero unit. if not more. Um, and like that as a form of defense is really interesting because especially because Code Geass is this like positioning, posturing, strategy within strategy, tactic within tactic. I think it was oh, I don't remember which character it was. Someone on Lelouch's team commented watching Lelouch like gesture around fighting one of the Britannians that like no action was happening. They're like, when's the fighting gonna start? And then whatever character said this was like, the fighting already has between two masters. Any action that takes impact is decisive or something like that. So having defense be communicated through massive posturing is like very much in keeping with Code Geass World, which is like a normal thing to like real world plans do, right? Like escalate to de-escalate is a common tactic for like nuclear powerhouses. And that like level of menace feels like it works there too. Maybe the chunkiest CG design. Yeah, I mean, I would call this the third chunkiest because, you know, tell me. Hold on. Like you tried to sell me like whole brand cat food when we were looking at this. Like this is definitely chunkier. But of the like normal units, this is like definitely the chunkiest. But like the fact that this unit that is like just singular by itself, that doesn't have like intentional armor, is like potentially rivaling that. The fact that we had to bring this up, I wanted to like look at this to make sure I wasn't overselling it. Is like rivaling something that is like in this massive suit of armor is like definitely like it's definitely up there. It's definitely up there. The reason why I'm like voting more on Big Boss rather than on like Proud Knight Defender is because of this head shape. This is very crown. I love that it's combining both the classical Christian Halo radiance and the Japanese Halo with a modern crown design. We have these spokes that say the like points on the crown, but the like art, like if you like think about like the art style, I'm sure you've seen it, of like the Mother Mary cradling the baby Jesus, that have the like large circular gold disc behind them instead of on top of their head, like how we normally like modern communicate Halos. And then Japan does that too, but like usually a little bit bigger across the back. Like if you see my mouse motion, it would do like all the way here. But we're still taking that like same circular design. So instead of doing it across the back, just like framing the head specifically. So like I can never remember. Here's some more vocab for you. I can never keep the two straight. It's either metonymy or synecdoche. But the idea that an object is in stand-in for a large concept. That being like the head of state or the like calling something the crown as like a title point for the concept of the monarchy for the state. So we're literally framing the head of state with a crown because they are in charge is kind of what I'm going for, kind of what I'm thinking here. We've still maintained all of the design principles I've talked about before. We have this like white, ever so slightly pink or purple coloration. Then we have these like for our we've got two sets of, our next two colors are sort of equal weight. Our secondary colors and our tertiary colors are these like gold outlines and then these purple bits. Purple for royalty, again, why I'm thinking like leader. But these gold elements are very reminiscent of, I guess, less the Apollo and more the Artemis, or like the Artemis or the Ortygia. Right? Like these like gold insert sections, if they're not made by the same organization, or the same designer, I like that we have this follow through so that it visually positions them at equal weight, right? We're using similar qualities to confer what each of these units is doing, or making like outlining how like the dramatic nature of them. So this does also feel like it appropriately scales it up to be a boss character, which to me, like, this subtle detail to me tells me that when we're going to be seeing the Artemis and the Apollo function, I guess a little bit less so, but like we still see a little bit of this like gold hanging out here. But when we see these function, it's usually going to be a one-sided fight on behalf of the Apollo and the Artemis. And then now we're finally getting evenly matched. I am interested by this like octuple spear design. I don't know if we're going to go a little bit for anime where all of these are like, these look like these could be articulate arms where we're going to be able to attack with all of them at the same time. Or maybe they're just being held so we can use them at the same time. These weapons do look a little small for his body compared to the rest of what is happening here. So that's why I'm thinking maybe these are going to stay on the shield and they're just going to sort of poke when you're blocking. And then maybe he has like a big, huge heck-off sword that he wields and is just like not in the picture at all. I don't want to read anything. No. I wanted to see if there was like a line art for it down below. What else we got? I guess returning to the head, I didn't like clock this before. I was looking at these, I'm like, these are spades. Are there actually 4 of these? Have I mistaken these? Have I mistaken this for a leader and instead we're going for like King of Spades, King of Hearts, Queen of Clubs, Queen of Diamonds motif? Because we've got spades here. But now the fact that we have 3 of them, like, go with me on this, like, go with me on a stretch that might qualify me better for being a yoga teacher than a YouTuber. But are these 3 spades here because these 2 siblings that I'm more and more convinced are, like, these 2 units that are for the siblings that I'm more and more convinced are for the main characters, are also related to the person who pilots this, and all 3 of them are related to the royal family, and that these 2 are the siblings that could theoretically take over once he gets defeated, and then this is his spade, or her spade, or their spade, that this is the pilot's spade because it's right at the chest where like the person's probably driving, and that these 2 are like forecasting the future of the siblings. Like that, this is like definitely like English teachers levels of BS. But I was an English teacher, so you should expect that out of me, I guess. What else we got? Oh, here. Okay, I like this. This arm piece is valuable to me because I looked at. I guess not this one. Was it one of the generics or was it? Oh no, sorry. It was the Keisetsu. The Keisetsu. Right. I looked at these gauntlets and went like, oh, big punch fight. Like we're getting that same level of profile happening here. Like these vastly outweigh the visual of the fist, I think, especially because we're framing both ends of it, right? Like our attention is drawn to the arm itself. If we just framed this band, I would say we're paying attention to the fist too, but because we're framing both sides of the arm, I think we're trying to draw some of the visual influence from the like more fighty aggressive ones, which is why I'm also thinking this might be like big swordy boy rather than like large over-the-shoulder cannon fire, and then we block in the meantime if someone gets up close, and then we try to retreat. But at the very least, we're paying attention to like our arms, and because we've already used this upper part of the arm, like we've already pulled fighting all the way up the arm. That we're maintaining that here, and like that maybe we're doing. Maybe that's why this choice was made to like frame the forearm rather than like just the hand. If you aren't overanalyzing, you aren't doing it right. Well, good. That makes me feel confident that I in fact did it right. What else we got? I guess these are supposed to be like the slash Harkins. I would need to see these. I feel like I would need to see these move a little bit more to like feel like how to understand how I felt about like the cockpit or the relationship of the like shooty projectiles that these things have. I could also, okay, here's another thing. I don't know if this is going to be functional, but we like using these motifs to communicate. These could very easily fold back and go like out for wing shapes. Oh, I guess, sorry, hold on. There's a whole second deal. Yeah, yeah, like that. Exactly. They could fold out and become wing shapes. Perfect. Because we like using those to frame for like whether they are heroes or villains. We can like make, speaking of Kingdom Hearts, they do this a lot in Kingdom Hearts, that if you look at where a lot of the villains are standing, you'll see in the background objects that make them frame them as if they have devil wings. Maleficent gets this a lot going on in Kingdom Hearts 1. So we were going to do that for like being angelic or like being descended from gods, but no, we literally get these wings. These wings also use the same styling as the Lancelot and the Gurren. So that's a Rakshata design, I'm pretty sure. So either Rakshata made this and we're really blaming her for having like a big bad to fight. Or like maybe like Rakshata is like properly fully an adult, depending on how long after Rose is after R2. Maybe like kid or kids or like disciple or disciples have done this. So like maybe we don't have to blame her quite so specifically. Which is also to say that they couldn't like steal the design. But it at very least like gives main character energy. So I'm more convinced if this wasn't the boss before, it is now. I'm interested that they're calling it Titan mode, despite the fact that it's like losing elements. Okay, so first, these are feet it looks like we're pulling up, right? These two I'm pretty sure are these toes. And there's the wheel in between. Yeah, so, and this is the leg from before. Yeah, so maybe, I guess this has folded up to like get those eyes on the feet. No, that's folded down. Maybe these were covered. Yeah, I guess they're like in here and they could like pop down. But we've gotten taller, which adds more menace. But we've dropped some amount of our bulk, especially right here. I am interested in. Oh no, I guess it's the same here. That's really, I didn't catch this at first. This is more noticeable to me on the Titan mode. Just like how fragile our torso is looking. So as much as this might be a defender, maybe what we're being told here is like the core philosophy of what he is defending, what he is trying to uphold, is very fragile. Not necessarily that it's flawed, right? Because like I've said about Code Geass, I think it's interesting because all of our none of our characters are like objectively good. So just because he's the villain of the story doesn't mean he has to be like objectively evil. He probably will be if he's aligned with Britannia, but that like the core of his concept is the core of his philosophy is very weak. Either, and this is where it would have helped if I had like seen the show, either weak in terms of very easily broken by change or by aggression, or very weak that like maybe he doesn't fully believe it, that we already talked about the Ortygia behaving sort of puppet-like when like maybe the Artemis is puppeteering the Apollo. So maybe, and we like talk about puppet states and like puppet kings or puppet rulers all the time. Maybe he is like almost a puppet to himself, that his ambition has outlasted his want for like actually taking action about it. We have folded down all of the arms like I was sort of expecting, and they are being more aggressive now. But this is also, well, part of the way how I was expecting. I had thought we were going to be taking the shield, right? Just like bringing this forward rather than turning this out this way. So like, if you've ever had to fight with a shield before, this is not the way to hold it. You hold it the other direction. You want the bigger part near your head. And you want these bits, you want the part that is thinner deflecting down and out. So the way we have it right now, to me, says we are compromising defense on behalf of offense. I mean, like, look at this pose. He's doing like the meme "Bring it on, come at me, bro" pose. He's also like literally opened his face up. He's literally opened himself up, which is like also a very like taunting. It's a very taunting kind of gesture, both in like physicality of gesture, but also like what he has done to what the pilot has done to the machine. I keep saying he. I'm assuming it's a he, but that's probably inappropriate of me. The series likes to use the like big domineering imperialist man as the villains. That's like sort of where my head's still going. But it feels more like we are sacrificing defense, at least to some regard. Like, you can't fully lose it unless we're like jettisoning pieces, which is possible, but we're not like seeing that as much. But we definitely seem like we're more designed for attacking in a way that's like we are at, if we are using this, we are at the point of self-sacrifice, which Titan mode, I mean, we're still in, like, if we're calling the things that are opposing it Apollo and Artemis, like, Titan is very specifically supposed to be the Titans of Greek mythology. I referenced them briefly when I was talking about like Apollo being the future, like the ideal future king of the gods. The Titans are the in-between state. I'm sure you've probably heard about this, if not through Disney's Hercules, like maybe Percy Jackson, or just like as a common element that Greek mythology references without really explaining that well. The Titans are also gods, and they are the ones that came before the Olympians, so Zeus, Hera, Apollo, Dionysus, Ares, all of them. And the Titans were a lot more, like, had a lot more social positions. They were still in charge of other concepts, like harvest or fire, or lots of aquatic things, but there was also a lot more social component to them too. Cronus, the leader of the Titans, ate his children because he was one was prophesied to overthrow him, so he figured he would try and circumvent that by eating them. That didn't work out. His wife saved Zeus, and then Zeus was able to come and overthrow him. Not as much at the point of what we're talking about here, but the process of overthrowing the Titans was called, I'm going to probably butcher the pronunciation of this, but something to the effect of Titanomachia, the Titanomacia, the war on the Titans. If you've played Shin Megami Tensei, that is also where the name for that heavy attack comes from. But it is this like all-out struggle, and when they fail, they are the ones that are damned to Tartarus. So if you've heard the name Tartarus before, it is the prison of the gods, a prison on behalf of the gods in the deepest pits of Hades. I guess saying Hades, that's also where you might know all this stuff from, is from the video game Hades and Hades 2. But yeah, so but the nature of referring to it as a Titan, both to me confers this, like, before it is powerful, it is in charge, but is a thing that needs to be conquered. But it is also something that is, as much as it is strong, it is also fighting for its life, trying to hang on to its position. So, like, the fragility that I was saying from its torso fits well, I think, with the idea of, like, a struggle to hold. A want to be more aggressive, this, like, well, if I'm forced to fight, I may as well fight as if I am going to die, because if I lose, even if I am not killed, the destruction of all that I uphold is effectively a social death to me. We also have these, like, eye motifs on his hands. I don't know if these are literally supposed to be eyes. I mean, they look like the RFID scanner chips or whatever these are. But specifically, this, like, the nature of this pattern, the very symmetric, very inorganic, very artsy version of this eye, admittedly using different colors. It's usually blue and white rather than red and green, but looks similar to the Greek evil eye, or ward against the evil eye. So I can't decide if this is meant to be like he is wielding the evil eye. We've talked about the idea of surveillance with Code Geass before, and, like, especially because we are tactical, gathering information is a really important part of having, like, is a very important part of the identity of power. It's not just about being able to punch your enemies harder, right? It's about knowing and therefore being able to outwit your enemies. And this thing is, like, covered in those information-based eyes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 at least I can see right now. Though I would also buy more that there was, like, maybe some on the shields. But that he literally has the information in the palm of his hand. Feels an important element of this. That it confers that he, like, that his enemies are helpless to him. Or maybe it's his maybe it's his video game weak point, and you just like whenever he closes his fist, he injures himself by like poking his eyes out. I don't know. Um, but we'll finish up with the head, then we'll call it for the night. The like openness of the helmet, like whatever. I would love to see how we got from this to this. I think that would be interesting, but I fear that I would get spoilers for what was happening with the plot if I looked it up. It has like, it's very animalistic to me, right? It has, the other helmet was open, right? We're covering even more of a profile this way, but this says regalia, where this says like for a lizard, right? The head is open as a like last show of defense, trying to, it is going from a small profile expanding into a large one with the purposes of intimidation. It is attempting to communicate that being near it is dangerous, it is lethal, it is poisonous. But it is also very reptile, and we've said a number of words about how the reptile, the serpent, is typically seen as being antagonistic, as being enemy. And maybe my point about talking about Apollo conquering the serpent as a way to become the like new king is exactly what is happening here, because like this is of all, if you were to ascribe a visual styling to this head, I would say either bird or serpent first over something like mammalian or like aquatic. Because of like the pointedness of the snout, the largeness of the jaw, like either says like bird beak, right? Like it's like a very easily a bird beak, but this could also just as easily be like snake unhinging its jaw. Or like I said, like frilled lizard, right? So then if Apollo needs to conquer Python in order to be able to come the new king of the gods in place of Zeus, then the UZZ-001MZI Apollo, sorry, O1S Z1ZI Apollo needs to conquer the RPCX-01K Falbout in order to become potentially like the new king of Britannia, of the world, maybe. I think that is what I have got. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Again, without seeing like more of the show. Yeah, okay. Well, that was fun. I should be aware of this when looking at MAHQ, that they're probably going to be putting like main character things first, right? Like the queens also feel like they're probably going to be important, but like no, I don't know. This is called Leviathan. Maybe that's not like fully true. The Camden's low on this list. I think I may have had a little bit more fun looking at like the boss at the end. Do you got any thoughts for me, control room guy, or mysterious second person who is watching before we sign off for this for the night? Get you out of here. I need to. We saved already. Relic of Hellfire. Yes, we did. Okay, cool. Oh, that reminds me. I should change. I'll change this for. I'll change this before I switch over my accounts. But yeah, without anything else. Oh, behind are we? Okay. Without anything else, you can expect to see me back here on Thursday. Today is an on week. What I was saying I need to go change is changing my channel description to say that it is an on week. But because now that we're in chapter 6 and we only have 2 chapters where we're definitely in the end game now. Friday will be our first LTC day. We'll start trying to LTC here. I'll talk a little bit more about what I want that to look like while once we get into it on Friday. But it won't always be this game though. Like I've been on my own trying to figure out 2 complete bucks right now, so we might do that a little bit just for like a really different change. And then today's in the future will go back to GC the generics only run, just to like have a change of pace. Oh yeah, I'm just always impressed how much you can draw with that little info. I'm glad I'm, if anything, consistent. I also always love the mythology talks. Well, I'm good. I'm glad, because I am just constantly bursting with mythology. One of the things I do with some of my friends is regularly I will send a like small little religion or mythology guy weirdo to talk about for that day. I love studying religions, or like thinking about how people conceive of a world when they don't have like an immediate answer. We need supernaturality to be able to like answer to those things. So that's good feedback. That I will definitely keep that up in part of this analysis, because gracious, if I can tell you about robots, I can also tell you about all of the gods in the sky. And yeah, actually, knowing that, I will point next time we have to like bring one of those up. I'll point in the direction of some repositories if that's like information people want to learn. So yeah, with that, then I will bid you all a fond farewell. This 4 hours flew by comparatively. This is what happens when I like try to be more positive rather than like I was saying. I thought I was starting grumpy yesterday. But I've got some editing to get to, so we can wrap up. Oh yeah, I guess yeah, we're gonna wrap up our tier list tomorrow. I theoretically should have that out. I've recorded all, but I just need to like put it in the timeline, which shouldn't be that hard. We'll be talking about D, C, D, and support units and battleships. But that will be me, and I will see you all back here at the same regular time at 4 p.m. on Thursday. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will catch you then. Take care.